Present in the courtroom, we have Mother Jocelyn Walensky. We have her attorney, Carolyn Gaston. We have putative father, Brendan Labazou, his attorney, Stephanie Cardenas, the child's attorney, Audrey McClure, from the Assistant Prosecuting Attorney's Office, Attorney Scott Vanderkolk, various agency workers, and foster parents. Right, and we are here today for an adjudication and disposition in this matter. It's my understanding that the parties have reached a plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Labazou, would you raise your right hand, please? Then you need to unmute.
I believe that's Ms. Polinsky.
I mean, Ms. Polonsky. You're right. I'm sorry. Would you state your name and spell it for the record? Testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And are the parties willing to waive the reading of the petition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And Mr. Vanderkolk, would you place the amendments to the petition on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. We've agreed to dismiss paragraph D as in Delta in its entirety. In paragraph E as in Echo, we've agreed to strike the last two sentences, starting with the video had the words. In paragraph G as in golf, in the fifth line down after 2 hits of whip it, we'll insert the phrase sometime before the word before. And let's see, the second to the last line on the following page, after Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky reported that, we'll insert the phrase, she didn't know where Mr. Brandon Labazou was living, period, and we'll strike the last two printed words, is homeless. And it's my understanding that Ms. Polinsky will be admitting paragraphs F as in Frank and H as in hotel upon information and belief.
Ms. Gaston.
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And Ms. McClure, as the child's attorney, do you believe that this plea is in the best interest of the child?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Polinsky, do you understand the petition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about it before I go any further?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. If you, in fact, admit the allegations of the amended petition today, you'll be giving up a number of rights. Those rights are the right to a trial by a judge or a jury, the right to require the prosecutor to prove the allegations in the petition by a preponderance or majority of the evidence, the right to question the prosecutor's witnesses in person in court under oath, and the right to have the court order that any witnesses you believe could be helpful to you come to court to testify. Do you have any questions about these rights?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand the rights that you will be losing or giving up if you enter a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There are a number of consequences that may flow from this plea. The first is that your child could become what's called a temporary ward of the court, which means the court has broad discretion regarding that child's placement, which can be in foster care with a relative or in a suitable institution. You'll be required to comply with a treatment plan to show you're able to provide a safe and appropriate home for your child. You may be required to pay for some of the costs of this case, including your attorney fees, costs of care if your child is placed outside of the home, counseling costs, etc. Now, we all hope that the next thing will not happen, and it's certainly not going to happen today, but I am required to tell you about all the possible future consequences of your plea. If you can't show that you can provide a safe and appropriate home for your child within a reasonable amount of time, given the circumstances and your progress, there may be a future request to terminate your parental rights, and your plea today may be used as evidence in that proceeding. If your rights ultimately are terminated in the future, you will have no input into your child's medical treatment, education, discipline, or residence. You would also have no right to parenting time with your child and no right to inherit from them or receive their earnings. If you have a child support obligation, it would continue until a court of competent jurisdiction modifies or terminates it, an order of adoption is entered, or the child is emancipated by operation of law. Do you understand all of those possible consequences?
Yes.
Right? Do you have any questions regarding the consequences of today's plea if you choose to admit the allegations in the amended petition?
No.
Have you reviewed the petition, the amended petition, and the plea with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need to speak with her any further before we continue?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, next I am going to read the allegations in the amended petition and ask you after each paragraph how you wish to plead. All right. And paragraph A reads, Jocelyn Polinsky, I'm not going to indicate what the date of birth is because we're live streaming, is the biological mother of WL. Do you
Yes.
admit?
Yep, guilty.
You're admitting this is not a criminal trial, so it's admit, deny,
Okay.
or admit upon information and belief.
Okay.
All right. Paragraph B reads, per Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky, Brendan Labazu is the biological father of WL. However, the legal father of the child is unknown. No one claiming to be the father of this child has come forward to provide any care, custody, financial, or emotional support for the child. Additionally, the unknown father has done nothing to rectify the conditions that exist in the home, which caused this case to come into court.
Admit.
Paragraph C reads, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky has the following criminal history. November 24th, 2024, misdemeanor operating while intoxicated.
Admit.
Paragraph D was stricken. Paragraph E as amended reads, on June 4th, 2025, CPS received a video of Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky sitting in the front seat of her car, lethargic. A black car was observed in Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky's, a black can was observed in Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky's lap. She was slurring her words and incoherent. WL was seen in the back seat sleeping in her car seat.
Yes, admit.
Okay, paragraph F reads, on June 4th, 2025, an interview took place with Mr. Brendan Labazu's parents, Deanne and Craig Labazu. Mr. and Ms. Labazu reported they have concerns with Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky's and Mr. Brandon Labazu's ability to parent when using substances. They reported Mr. Brendan Labazu drinks often, uses marijuana, and himself and Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky have both used cocaine. It was also learned that Mr. Brendan Labazu is currently homeless.
Agree upon belief.
Your Honor,
You'd-
sorry, wasn't the one that was changed?
No, we did not change that.
Oh, okay.
It was
I see it.
admit upon information or belief.
It's part of G. All right, thanks.
Okay, so Ms. Polinsky, are you admitting paragraph F upon information and belief?
Correct.
Okay. Paragraph G reads, on June 5th, 2025, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky was interviewed. She initially denied the use of substances. When asked about the video, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky admitted that on 6/3/2025, she was using Whip It by inhaling an aerosol can she obtained from the liquor store. She admitted she drank 2 Monaco alcohol lick seltzer drinks and took 2 hits of Whippet sometime before leaving her old house to drive 3 minutes around 12:30 a.m. to her new apartment. After arriving to her new apartment, she took another hit of Whippet. She denied using cocaine or that she regularly uses Whippets. Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky admitted that Mr. Brendan Labazou is who recorded the video from June 3rd, 2025 at 2:24 a.m. Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky admitted that the can on her lap in the video is her Whippet aerosol can. Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky reported that she didn't know where Mr. Brendan Labazou was living.
Admitting.
Paragraph H reads, on June 5th, 2025, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky's former roommate, Elia Clark, was interviewed. It was learned that on June 3rd, 2025, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky passed out at her home with WL present. Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky uses Whippet daily, and if Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky is not using Whippet, she is using cocaine or alcohol. Ms. Clark also shared that she's previously used cocaine with Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky and Mr. Brendan Labazou. Ms. Clark reported that on Monday, May 26, 2025, Mr. Brendan Labazou and Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky were in a bedroom with WL when they offered Ms. Clark a bump, which Ms. Clark reported was them offering her to do cocaine with them in the room where WL was present. Ms. Clark reported that on Monday, June 2nd, 2025, Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky called Mr. Brendan Labazou and asked him to bring her cocaine. Ms. Clark reported she'd observed Jocelyn using cocaine and Whippets in the presence of WL. Ms. Clark reported that Mr. Brendan Labazou was always drunk or using cocaine.
I mean, I don't believe that every statement in that is true, but there is some that is, I mean, it's
Okay,
assuming-
all right. You don't have it. This is not the time for you to, you can either admit, deny,
Okay.
or admit upon information belief. If you
Okay.
need to speak with your attorney, you can do that. We can take a
Okay.
break and you can do that.
Okay, I'm good.
So, which do you want to do?
I will admit upon information and belief.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. Paragraph I reads, on June 5th, 2025, another video was received. This video was of Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky, who appeared incoherent. Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky was slurring her words, speaking on the telephone while WL was present. Jocelyn appeared to have a Whippet can on her lap in the video. There was another video that shows Jocelyn passed out on the stairs with WL present, actively playing with objects in the home. This video was taken on June 3rd, 2025, 12:17 a.m.
Admit.
Right? Has anyone made any promises to you or threatened you in any way in order to encourage you to admit the allegations in this amended petition?
No.
Are you admitting, has anybody threatened you in any way in order to encourage you to admit this petition?
No, Your Honor.
And are you choosing to admit this petition of your own free will?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone told you that you would receive easier treatment from the court if you admitted the petition?
No, ma'am.
Right? I'm satisfied that there's factual basis to accept Ms. Polinsky's admissions, that she's been fully advised of her rights and is freely, understandingly, and voluntarily entering into this plea regarding the allegations of this petition. I further find by preponderance of the evidence that one or more of the statutory grounds alleged in the petition are true, and that Jocelyn Polinsky is a respondent in this matter. Appellate review is available to challenge any errors in the adjudicatory process, which may be challenged in an appeal for the initial order of disposition following adjudication. If you are indigent, you are entitled to the appointment of an attorney to represent you on any appeal as of right and to the preparation of any relevant transcripts. You may be barred from challenging the assumption of jurisdiction or the removal of your child from your care and custody in an appeal from the order terminating parental rights if you do not timely file an appeal under MCR 7.204 or a delayed appeal under MCR 3.993C. At any time while the court retains jurisdiction over your child, you may challenge the continuing exercise of that jurisdiction by filing a motion for rehearing under MCL 712A.21 or by filing an application for leave to appeal with the Michigan Court of Appeals. And Mr. Vanderkolk, would you and your adjudicative witnesses like to be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
And Ms. McClure, are you prepared to go on to disposition at this time?
Yes, I am.
All right. Would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, I believe Janae Green is prepared to testify.
All
And
right.
you are assigned to the case regarding WL, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this point, I'd like to go through the proposed exhibits, Your Honor.
All right.
I have as proposed exhibit 1, the Child Protective Services investigation report with a complaint date of June 4th, 2025. Proposed exhibit 2 is a case service plan and parent agency treatment plans dated 7/3/25. And proposed exhibit 3 is a forensic fluids laboratory drug screen of Ms. Polinsky, collection date 6/5/25.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
All right. So Ms. Green, can you tell us, first of all, how is WL doing overall?
WL is doing, she's doing really good. She's up to date on her medical and dental appointments. She is currently living with paternal grandparents. She's doing really, really good in their home. She's really loving. She loves to run around and play with her toys. She likes a lot of attention. She is also, she was also referred to, or she actually has an assessment with early on next week. And then we'll see how she should do good, but we'll see how that goes.
So that assessment is scheduled just as a precaution, not because there are any particular concerns about her development or anything like that, correct?
No, no concerns, correct.
Okay. All right. And what's she doing during the day? Is she staying with grandparents? Is she going to daycare?
She just started daycare. I want to say within the last week or two. She was staying with a sitter that she was staying with when she was with mom. But grandma did get her into daycare, so she's attending that now.
Okay. And that's going well?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. And she has all of her needs met by the paternal grandparents?
Yes, paternal grandparents meets her needs, does a really good job with her.
Okay, wonderful. Is there anything about WL in particular that you think the court should know?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so let's talk about paternity. I know that there's not been an adjudication on Mr. Labazu. What progress has there been made to either make Mr. Labazu a legal parent or assess whether he's a legal parent? Can you just give us an update on that?
Yes, so it's in the process for the funding for DNA testing to be done. It was reported to me that him and Ms. Polinsky has agreed for him to just sign the affidavit of parenting.
Okay.
If he does that, then the DNA test I don't believe will be needed.
Okay, so would you be willing to help facilitate the signing of the affidavit of parentage if that's something that becomes necessary?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And have you been in communication with Mr. Labazu?
I talked to him once. He did ask about the DNA test, and I told him that I would get that referred and help him get that set up. If the affidavit of parenting is not signed, then we can get it scheduled. Once the approval is done, it should be done by Monday. Other than that, he emailed me and stated that CPS had contacted him about a paternity test, but then when I asked him, he said that he was contacted about a paternity test, and I asked him was it CPS that contacted him. I think he was confused because he replied and said what. But I
Okay.
know it wasn't our agency that contacted him about the DNA testing.
Okay, so you'll continue to try to communicate with him and determine whether he would like a DNA test or whether an affidavit of parentage will be signed by both parents, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you said he emailed you, so you have a good email address for him, and do you also have a good phone number for him?
Yes, I have a good phone number for him now. Correct.
Okay, you have one now.
Yes.
Okay, and will you be in contact with him to sort of set the stage for developing a parent agency treatment plan with him?
Yes, I had called him today and left him a voicemail. So hoping that he calls me back today or tomorrow.
Okay, and given that he is not technically legal parent, but that the child is placed with his parents, as we all, I think, understand that he is the biological father, that's our belief. Are you able to set up supervised parenting time for him, or is there a policy that prohibits that?
We have to wait until parentage is proven.
Okay, and if the judge today ordered that you were to set up supervised parenting time, would you do that?
Yes, we can have it supervised by his parents.
I guess my question is, because you just stated the policies, you cannot set up supervised parenting time until he establishes paternity or parentage, per your policy, but if the court ordered that you were to provide supervised parenting time for him, you could do that?
Repeat that one for me one more time. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify, because I asked you if the agency could do supervised parenting time with him prior to him establishing legal parenthood, and you said no. But then when I asked about supervised parenting time, you said that his parents could supervise. So that's not quite the question I was asking. I'm asking, do you need a court order saying that he is to have supervised parenting time before you can accommodate parenting time for Mr. Labazu?
Yes, if it's ordered, yes.
Okay. All right. And at this point, I'll come back to that. So you have not started developing a parent agency treatment plan with Mr. Labazu yet, correct?
No, ma'am. No.
Okay. But you'll be ready to hit the ground running with that as soon as he becomes the legal parent.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about Ms. Polinsky. Have you been working with her and developed a parent agency treatment plan?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what barriers that you've discussed with her and what barriers she'll be working on with you?
Yes. So parenting skills is a barrier. And I do want to say that Ms. Polinsky is very good at communicating. She has been doing a very, very good job with working with the parent agency treatment plan. She has been doing parenting classes through Arbor Circle. She also has been doing therapy as well as case management through Arbor Circle. She also self-enrolled herself into the AANA program where she attends that approximately like 5 times a week. Another barrier would be substance use, and that's one of them that she has enrolled herself in those programs. She also has a recovery coach as well. Sorry. As far as like therapy, she has attended all of the offer sessions as well as the support groups. She's attended all of those sessions as well. Emotional stability, she will be referred to a psychological evaluation just to make sure she don't have any mental health needs that needs to be worked with regarding her substance abuse. And yeah, those are all of her barriers that she has.
So
actually.
the primary barriers I'm hearing are substance use probably is number one, emotional stability and parenting skills would sort of be 2 and 3. Is that fair to
Correct.
say? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that she is demonstrated that she has adequate housing, she has adequate resource availability, she has employment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There are no concerns for her communication with the agency, correct?
No concerns.
Okay. And she is also getting along fairly well with the foster parents, the paternal grandparents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you stated that to address the issue of substance abuse, she's involved with Arbor Circle. She has a recovery coach. Did you mention any other services?
She also does random drug screens as well.
Okay. And does she do those through the agency or through Arbor Circle?
She does them through the agency. It's through family outreach.
Okay. And has she been good at is it a color system where a color gets called randomly?
Yes, it's a color system, so she has to call. She's required to report twice a week. She'll call, and once her colors call, she'll go in and do testing. She does really good at testing. It was probably once where she didn't make it in time, and she contacted me and said, "Hey, Janae, I missed it. It closed. Can I come in and do a drug screen?" She
Okay.
came in and did that. So she does really, really good at getting them done.
Okay. Have you gotten any results from any of those random drug screens yet?
Yes. So out of 10 of the drug screens, she tested positive once, which was on 7/25.
And what did she test positive for on 7/25?
For cocaine.
Okay. All right.
However, she did mention, oh, I'm sorry, she did mention that she had a tooth extraction that day. So they had prescribed her, they did prescribe her some medicine. I'm just not familiar with if it interacted with the medicine. So, but she did test positive for the cocaine.
Okay. Can you investigate that prescription medication a little bit more to determine whether, I guess, to assess whether there's a valid prescription, if she can show it to you, and then to try to determine whether that would cause a positive cocaine screen?
Yeah, she sent it to me. I'm sorry, my supervisor said that it wouldn't.
Okay, so you already looked into that.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay. So I mean, did you talk to her about why she tested positive, and did you discuss that issue with her yet?
I talked to her a little bit before court about it. She was a bit confused, and she asked if I can send those results over to her recovery coach and her therapist, which I did.
Okay. All right. So that's pretty new, and you're still kind of working on that and assessing it and talking about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And let's talk about parenting skills a little bit more. What services are being offered to her to help her with parenting skills?
She is currently attending a parenting class, which she's doing really, really good in that, says her coach. And I'll repeat verbatim what her coach said. She said that Jocelyn has been doing well in the parenting nurturing program. She arrives on time and participates in the discussions and in the lessons. As I stated before, she's attended all of the sessions that's been offered. She attends all of her parenting time visits with WL. She does really good with giving WL her undivided attention.
Great. So let's talk about parenting time. Where is that occurring and how often?
So now it is occurring with the caregivers. The caregivers and Ms. Polinsky will meet on Sundays and Tuesdays. Whether it's at a park, they'll come up with like the agreement location, and she'll have those hour visits there. So it's twice a week for 1 hour.
Okay. So you're kind of leaving that to them to coordinate, and so far that's been going well?
Yes, yes. It was with the agency at first, and then they had went on vacation with WL, the caregivers did. So between their schedule, Jocelyn's schedule, and then the agency's visitation specialist schedule, it didn't really work to get the visits done that week. So it was approved that Jocelyn and the caregivers go ahead and have those visits upon themselves, and that went good. So the agency had agreed to allow them to go ahead and continue on doing it that way.
Okay. All right. And she's doing well in the parent nurturing program. She's also doing well with WL during parenting time. She's attentive and she's on time and she's caring for her well during those times.
Yes, correct.
And is it fair to say they have a strong bond?
Oh, yes, for sure.
Okay. All right. And then you said she's been referred, or she will be referred, or she has been referred for a psychological evaluation?
She will be. I had to get the funding approved first, which is
Okay.
approved now. So I have to put
Okay.
the referral in now.
Okay. And then emotional stability is also something that's being addressed with her Arbor Circle therapist as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any other services being offered or needs that Ms. Plinsky has that you've noted?
No, no, ma'am.
Okay. What are your recommendations?
Recommendations, it is respectfully recommended that WL be made a temporary court ward, placed with an approved relative caregiver or in a licensed foster home if required. That Jocelyn Polinsky participate in and benefit from the services offered within her parent agency treatment plan. Parenting time between WL and Jocelyn Polinsky be at the discretion of the agency, and that the case be reviewed within 90 days.
All
Or
right.
in 90 days, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. And so far the parenting time has been supervised. I mean, I'm assuming we don't want to move to unsupervised parenting time, given that in the near future, given that Ms. Polinsky has just tested positive for cocaine. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what would you be looking for before you moved to unsupervised parenting time for Ms. Polinsky?
We would like for her to maintain her sobriety. Sorry.
Okay, do you have a certain amount of time that you would be looking at?
A month.
A month.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gaston.
Thank you. Ms. Green, you've indicated that Ms. Polinsky's does well. Her housing is new and it's appropriate. Is that correct?
Correct.
She has 2 jobs. Is that correct with regard to employment?
Yes, correct.
And no problem with communication skills, correct?
No, none at all.
So it sounds like the barrier, the biggest barrier, is the substance use. And you testified about 1 screen following a tooth appointment that was positive, and you didn't testify about any other screens. Isn't it true that following the initial positive back in June, they were all negative up until this July 25th date?
Correct.
So she was on track, and you had talked to her about beginning unsupervised parenting time soon, correct?
Correct.
All right, and at this point, you're indicating that 30 days clean from the July 25th date, you would be considering allowing unsupervised parenting time?
Correct.
So you're asking for an order that allows the agency the discretion to do supervised or unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
And is it my understanding that the supervisors will be solely the foster parents at this point?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You've indicated that the foster parents may supervise. Are those the only supervisors that you're planning to use?
That's if they're willing to. If they're not willing to, then we would supervise.
All right. And if they are supervising, do they give you any reports, such as what an aide would do at the agency?
Yes.
So they take notes and they talk to you about how the parenting time goes?
Correct.
All right. And according to them, the parenting time has been going swimmingly?
Correct.
So you don't sense any bias because they are Mr. Labizo's parents?
No.
And it sounds like she's doing all the other services that you've recommended. With regard to those services, once she is clean and sober, what additional services will you be requiring of her?
Those are the only ones in the treatment plan.
Okay. And with regard to the parenting skills, what is your feeling, or why do you feel that she needs the parenting skills class?
Just from the reasons of WL coming into care.
Okay. So essentially, what types of parenting skills are you looking for?
More so not doing drugs in front of her.
Okay. Other than that, she seems to be bonded. She seems to know how to care for her. She's okay with knowledge of child development, that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right. And she's aware of safe sleep and all the other good things for young children. Is that true?
Yes.
Appropriate foods, medical care, all that?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Overall, besides the clean screen, would you agree that she's been doing very well since removal?
Of course, yes.
All right. And will you forward to Ms. Lewis that screen so that Ms. Lewis can also look into what may have happened with the dentist, if that is a thing, so she can ferret that out? Right.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Cardenas.
Thank you. In regards to the positive drug screen, did you actually reach out to Family Outreach to see what other substances may give a false positive for cocaine?
I have not. I can though.
Okay. I mean, just considering it was a mouth surgery, lidocaine, novocaine, I think it's Procaine may have been used.
I know Novocaine. She mentioned that Novocaine was used to numb the mouth.
So did she indicate? Yeah, can you follow up on that?
I can follow up.
Thank you. In regards to Mr. Labazu, when did you first contact him?
I contacted him when we first got the case, so on 6/5 is when I tried to call him. However, the number didn't work. When I asked his mom about a number, she stated that the phone was cut off. And Ms. Polinsky stated that she didn't have a phone number for him. He had called me and left a voicemail regarding the DNA test and
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You said you reached out to him on June 5, but the phone number didn't work?
Correct.
And where is that in your case service plan?
It should be in there. If it's not, then I must have missed that.
Okay. You said that he then reached out to you for a test?
He reached out, yes, probably about 2 weeks ago. I believe it was July. Let me look at the date. Sorry, he emailed me July 18th.
Okay. And he asked first, how did he get your information?
I believe his mom.
Did you reach out to him any other time after June 5th?
I did not having, after that number didn't work, I did not.
Okay. You didn't try to get like an address or email or alternate phone number?
I tried, and it wasn't a number until mom gave me, let me see. And he didn't have an address. He was homeless, per what mom said, that he was living in his car. And the phone number that he did have, he was on her line and it was cut off. She stated that she had cut the phone number off.
So then he reached out to you via email. Did
Correct.
you ask her for an email?
No, I did not.
Okay. So then he emailed you on July 18th. You said asking for a DNA test. Has there been I don't think there's a dispute about who the parents are. Is that correct?
There's not a dispute. No, he reached out to me and stated that he was contacted about a DNA test. And I asked him if it was CPS because it wasn't our agency that asked him about a DNA test.
Okay. And then what did he respond?
What?
And then what did you respond?
Well, I just got back today, so I just seen the email. I was on vacation for a whole week.
Okay. So you haven't received, so he reached out to you July 18th. And then you basically didn't you initially responded to him. Did CPS reach out to you? And then you've had no communication to him since then.
Correct.
So he responded what? And you didn't respond. Is that correct?
I didn't respond yet.
Okay. You didn't, throughout this whole, I mean, it's been a month, you know who he is. We do have a working phone number. He has an email. You haven't offered like an affidavit of parentage?
So I put in a referral for a DNA testing.
And when did you do
Put
that?
in I'm sorry, not a referral. I put in a referral for funding request for
And
DNA.
when was that done?
That was done July 20th, July 24th, I believe, actually.
Okay. And is that in your case service plan?
Mhm.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be because your case
It
service
wouldn't be because it got reported.
July 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware now that both parents are willing to sign an affidavit of parentage.
Correct. I just found that out today.
Okay. And did you inquire that of the mother prior to today?
I did not.
And what was the reason you did not?
I wasn't aware of it.
You weren't aware of what?
Signing the affidavit of parentage. And that, I mean, Dad was not around.
What do you mean dad was not around?
He wasn't around. I didn't have a phone number for him. When I called, it didn't work. His mom did not have a phone number for him. Just was no contact.
Okay. But you were aware that parents can sign an affidavit of parentage to establish paternity, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't offer it.
Correct.
Thank you. This is something that you can help to set up.
Correct.
And once it is signed, you will set him up with services. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
Ms. McClure,
I don't have any follow-up, thank you.
Ms. Gaston, any follow-up?
No follow-up, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any additional witnesses, Ms. McClure?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gaston, any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I'd briefly like to call, the name has now been changed to Jocelyn Polinsky, but it's her therapist at Arbor Circle. I think the first name is Susan?
Sarah.
Sarah. Sorry, Sarah.
Her name is also on there.
Oh,
All right, if you
Sarah
would unmute, please.
Sorry, thank you. Need better glasses. Sarah Kanyan Belt. Sorry. Okay, Miss Kanyan Belt, would you please state where you work and what your function is there?
Yes, I work at Arbor Circle. I'm an MSW intern for Arbor Circle.
And are you familiar with Miss Polinsky?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with her?
I am working, she also has a lead therapist on this case, Candace Yeager, and we are working together as a team with Miss Polinsky.
Is it your understanding that Miss Polinsky sought out Arbor Circle services on her own?
Yes,
And has Miss Polinsky been maintaining her appointments at Arbor Circle?
yes.
And what appointments does she attend there?
She attends therapy appointments and recovery coach appointments with us
And therapy is how often?
about once a week.
And is that for an hour?
Yes,
And is it in person?
yes.
And then recovery coaches, how often does that take place?
That's about every other week.
And is that also for an hour?
Yes,
And is that in person or is that virtual?
that's also in person.
Do you participate in both types of counseling or only in the therapy or only in the recovery coach aspect?
I only participate in the therapy appointments with Jocelyn.
Are you aware of what her goals are in therapy?
Yes.
And what are those?
She has some goals surrounding mental health and recovery.
Is that primarily involving the substance use piece?
That's correct.
And has there been a discussion of the newly exposed positive drug test from July 25th as of yet?
Just a very brief one because we found out at the same time that Jocelyn did.
And when was that?
Probably less than 10 minutes before court started.
Okay, so it has not been addressed in therapy as of
No.
yet.
Not yet.
All right. Until learning about that, was it your impression that she was following the recommendations of therapy and really working hard towards gaining sobriety?
Yes.
And did she express to you disappointment in the results of that test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Did she express to you, today, being sort of in disbelief or disappointed about the results of that test?
Yes.
And is it your intent to address that?
Yes.
And does your agency have any ability to work with forensic fluids to determine whether or not there could be some substance that would have been given to her during a dental procedure that might have triggered a false positive result?
Our agency doesn't have that capability, but we can request it through foster care.
And would you do that?
Yes.
Okay. You've been listening to the testimony today. Do you believe that the recommendations for Ms. Polinsky are appropriate?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. McClure,
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Cardenas.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. Any additional witnesses, Ms. Gaston?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Statements, Ms. McClure.
Yes, thank you. I was able to visit with WL at the paternal grandparents' home. They have a lovely home, and she is a charming child. She's doing very well in that home. They were very open with me, and it was a lovely visit. And I'm happy that Ms. Plinsky does seem to be making progress. I hope we can get to the bottom of this positive drug screen and kind of figure out the truth behind that. But I take the prior negative drug screens as a good sign. And I'm happy that she's working with the folks she's working with at Arbor Circle, and they're here for her, and that's lovely to see. And ideally, we get an affidavit of parentage signed by both parties. I think that we're probably going to need some help from Ms. Cardenas and Ms. Lewis to make sure that that happens. But it sounds like both parents are on board, so that we can get Mr. Labazou involved a little bit more. And I hope that the agency will improve their efforts to communicate with him and get him involved. But overall, I do support the recommendations. I will, about the parenting time, I know that I was not contacted about the move to having the caregivers supervise the parenting time. I'd like to be kept in the loop a little bit more. So what I would ask for is for the parenting time to be supervised until a family team meeting can be held, mirroring the language that's in the order after prelim. I would be more comfortable with that, just so that I'm kind of kept in the loop on that decision making. But other than that, I do support the recommendations.
Thank you. Ms. Gaston.
Thank you, Your Honor. I support the recommendations. I know that Ms. Walensky's been working very hard. She met with both myself and Ms. Lewis. We reviewed the petition, and she was pretty excited about the idea that she'd begin to have unsupervised visits soon. So I would like to get to the bottom of this test. I also know that a slip up is normal in recovery. So I'm hopeful that she can get beyond that and continue to work with her service providers and work toward reunification with her daughter. I would ask that before parenting time be granted to Mr. Labazou, that he be invested in a parent agency treatment plan, and that his parenting time be supervised as well once granted. I do know that Ms. Walensky's indicated a willingness to sign that AOP so that we can get moving forward in that regard. Other than that, I think the recommendations are appropriate, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Cardenas.
Your Honor, I actually concur with the GAL, Ms. McClure. I would ask for parenting times to be set up for my client as putative father until he signed this affidavit of parentage. Both parties are willing to send an affidavit of parentage, but I couldn't concur that. Obviously, I was asking for the agency to make more efforts in regards to my client because, I mean, I've had no issue contacting him. He has email, phone. I gave an address to your clerk as well. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. The court finds that the lawyer guardian ad litem has complied with the requirements of the statute. The court also finds that there's probable cause to believe the putative father is Brendan Labazou, and that he is the putative father of WL. That, consistent with the circumstances, reasonable efforts to prevent or eliminate the need for removal of the child from the home were made as determined in a prior order. That reasonable efforts shall continue to be made to preserve and reunify the family, make it possible for this child to safely return to a parent's home. The custody of this child with either parent today does present a substantial risk of harm to the child's life, physical health, or mental well-being. That conditions of custody at the placement away from the home and with the individuals with whom the child resides are adequate to safeguard her from safeguard her health and welfare. The court orders that, or actually the court orders that the father was present and at this hearing and shall establish paternity within 14 days. It is a form that is widely available that both parents can sign. And that's all that's needed in order to establish himself as the legal father and give him standing in this case. It is ordered that this child remains in the temporary custody of the court, continue placement with the department for care and supervision. That the adjudicated respondent, Ms. Walensky, comply with and benefit from the case service plan. In addition, shall sign any necessary releases. That Ms. Polinsky's parenting time is at the discretion of the department to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time by its designee. I'm not putting in this order, but I do expect that an FTM be scheduled as soon as possible so that the whole issue of parenting time can be addressed with all concerned, including the child's attorney. I'll indicate that Mr. Labazou is to receive parenting time once he has become legal father, whether it be through an affidavit of paternity or through a paternity case through the circuit court. Continue the attorneys in this matter. And Ms. Gibson, do we have a date for our next review hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, October 22 from 11 to 12. Or is it just a half hour? 11:30?
11 to 11:30?
Sure. Unless you need an hour.
No.
Okay.
I am unavailable. Can I get a substitute or
I could
can
look
look for
a
another-
date.
it'd have to be the next week, the middle of, or the week before?
The next week is borderline 90 days, so let's go the week before, or not. One moment. We could do Tuesday, October 28. I believe that is within 90 days, at 2:30.
Okay, I just got one. At 2, I already have a 2 o'clock then.
Can you do 2:30?
No.
No. Can you do 3?
Sure.
So 3 to 3:30.
Does that work for everybody else?
I don't have Miss Lewis's calendar, but I'm available then. I wouldn't want her to get another sub, so, we'll work it out if that's okay with the court.
That's fine. All right, and I'll just say that I am very impressed, Ms. Polinsky, by the efforts that you've made, the fact that you took it upon yourself, you kind of had a wake-up call and started engaging in all these services on your own without waiting to be ordered to do so. This court's perspective is we look forward, not back, so we don't dwell on our mistakes. We keep working on what we need to do, and you've certainly started out on the right foot. So keep it up. All right, is there anything further? Present in the virtual courtroom, we have Mother Ms. Polinsky. We have Audra McClure, the child's attorney. We have Ms. Coletti, who is here representing Ms. Polinsky. We've got Mr. Toburin here representing the father in this matter, and various agency workers. All right. Ms. McClure.
Thank you. I'll call Ms. Janae Green.
Ms.
Okay,
McClure.
thank you. Ms. Green, will you please tell us where you're employed?
I am employed at Catholic Charities of West Michigan.
All right. And you submitted various documents in preparation for this case that you prepared or at least gathered together for us. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'll go through those at this time, Your Honor.
All right.
I have a case service plan dated 10/1/2025 as Exhibit 1. Exhibit 2 is an Arbor Circle parenting class report. Date ranges June 30 through August 6th of 2025. Exhibit 3 is an Arbor Circle progress report dated 10/14/25. And Exhibit 4 is a set of 29 drug screens dated 7/3/25 through 10/16/25 for Ms. Polinsky. I ask that those be admitted.
All right, thank you. Any objection to any of those exhibits?
No objection.
No objection, thank you.
All right, thank you. They're admitted.
All right, Ms. Green, let's start with WL. She is still and has been placed with her paternal grandparents. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that placement remains appropriate. She's well bonded and well cared for in that home. Is that correct?
Very well so, yes.
Okay. And she had an early on assessment. Everything is fine. She's not in any need of any services. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And she's up to date on all of her medical, dental, all of those needs. She's up to date. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Any concerns or any issues that you would like to note about WL?
There's no concerns or any issues. No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And she's too young for school. She's going to daycare, but she's appropriately cared for during the day and is working on learning things at daycare and is being taught things by her grandparents and her parents as well. Is that correct?
Yes, and she's they've been working on potty training as well. So
Okay, great. Good. That's a lot of work. All right. All right. So let's talk about Mr. Labazo. Do you know if he was aware of today's hearing date and time?
I can't say I know that for sure. I don't know for sure if he was aware
Okay.
of it.
Okay. Have you heard from him to know why he is not present today at all?
I have not.
Okay. All right. So he was, we just had a Sanders preliminary hearing last week, and he's scheduled to be adjudicated in December. So he's not officially a respondent of this case yet. Is that right?
Yes, I do. Actually, I do want to add that the visitation specialist did reach out to me and ask about the court date and the court hearing and time, so she can relay that to Mr. Labazu. I did inform her that, and I did inform her today that the time changed in the Zoom link that she had provided to him.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So she's in communication with him?
Yes, she
Okay.
she does the visits with him in WL.
Okay. All right. So he's not yet a respondent, but you have worked on a parent agency treatment plan for him. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Have you been able to complete an intake with him for that yet?
No, unfortunately, no.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I don't want to spend too much time on it because he's not a respondent, but can you just state the areas of need that you've identified that you'd like him to start working on?
Yes, housing is one, being that it has been reported that he is currently homeless. Communication skills, he struggles with having a respectful conversation with the agency. So that's something that we would like him to work on. And substance abuse, we have been offering drug screens that he declines at the parenting time visits. Parenting skills, he has just attended 6 out of 9 visits this reporting period. He has been referred to a parent and nurturing class as well through Arbor Circle. Emotional stability is a need, and he just exhibits behavior that suggests emotional distress and impulse. That's something that will be implemented into the parent agency treatment plan. He did complete a psychological evaluation on 10/14. We have not received those results yet. He was referred to counseling through YWCA on September 30th. He did refuse those services though.
Okay.
And those are it.
Okay. All right. And related to emotional stability and I guess communication as well, you noted in the parent agency treatment plan for him as well as the case service plan some struggles in his relationship with Ms. Polinsky. Can you just give us a brief summary of what's going on there?
Yes, there's been some back and forth that they have been kind of back and forth in a relationship and out of a relationship. There was an incident where there's been a couple incidents actually where he has arrived at Ms. Polinsky's house uninvited. There was an incident where he left unpleasant notes on her counter, and including a cut up sweatshirt that he cut up and left there as well. And it's more so just, I guess, the uninvited, forcing himself in her home.
Okay. All right. So you already referred him and he already completed the psychological evaluation. So we will be continuing to make progress on that. And the YWCA referral is for counseling and perhaps he refused that, but would you also recommend maybe some anger management or something like that?
Yes, that is something I can implement into the parent
Okay.
agency.
Okay. Okay. Um, has Mr. Labazu agreed to meet with you? I mean, have you met with him? Have you had communicate? I know you mentioned some inappropriate communication, but have you been able to discuss the parent agency treatment plan with him yet?
I have not. He has asked me to stop contacting him. I did tell him the only way I would be able to do that is if he signed a non-participation form. He doesn't respond to any of my text messages or phone calls. I've reached out to him to do a home visit. He hasn't responded to that. The only person he really talks to is the visitation specialist. He expresses to her that he does not want any involvement with Catholic Charities and that he does not plan to work with us.
Okay. Okay. But he is attending, I mean, he attended at least 6 out of 9 of the offer parenting time visits with WL. How did those visits go?
He does really good at the visits. He gives WL his attention, his undivided attention. He brings food, snacks, drinks. He does teaches her basic learning skills, just such as shapes, colors. He does really good at the visits when he attends them.
Okay, and he's working with the visitation specialist and taking notes and kind of gathering information and communicating well with the specialist.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he refused to take drug screens at parenting time. Does he appear under the influence at the parenting time, or does he appear to be sober and appropriate?
He appears to be sober and appropriate.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So let's talk about Ms. Polinsky. Can you kind of identify, and I guess can we go in order of most important to least important, what barriers you identified for her, what you want her to be working on?
The most important barrier is her substance abuse. She does random drug screens twice a week. She has tested during this reporting period 29 times and has had 9 positive drug screens for cocaine. She has admitted to using Whippets or Whippet a few weeks ago as a video was sent to the agency of her actively using. She has also admitted to using the cocaine during this reporting period, reporting that she was in a quote unquote dark place in her life. So she has been taking accountability for that. She is currently working with a recovery coach through Arbor Circle, and she attends relapse prevention twice a week. It would be best if Ms. Polinsky does a more intensive prevention program, such as an inpatient rehabilitation program. And that is something that she has agreed to participate in. So we will start working on finding resources for that for her.
Okay, wonderful. And is it fair to say that she's been apparently open and honest with you about her struggle in that regard? And she has had periods where she has maintained sobriety and just can't seem to make it last at this point, but she's open to more intensive services.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. All right. So what other barriers have you identified for her?
Another barrier would be I would like to mention too that when she was maintaining her sobriety, it was before Mr. Labazu came around. Once he started to come around and be more in the picture with the agency and starting to get his visits. When he started to come back around, it's kind of like when she started to relapse. It's something that she had admitted to as well. So we are seeing that could potentially be a problem with the relationship between her and Mr. Labazu. Another barrier will be her emotional stability. There are concerns about Ms. Polinsky's emotional stability behavior due to the trauma of having her child removed and the unhealthy relationship between Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu. As I stated before, she has admitted that she was in a quote unquote dark place in her life, which led her to start using her choice of drugs again. And she currently participates with the therapist at Arbor Circle. And she has been attending all of her meetings with that therapist. She also completed a psychological evaluation on October 21st, and we are still awaiting those results.
Okay. All right, and then parenting skills was another area that you had identified. What services are being offered to address parenting skills?
So she completed a parent nurturing class through Arbor Circle. She attended all of those services. I think the main concern is just maintaining her sobriety, and her visits were supervised by caregiver and Ms. Polinsky's mother, but due to a lot of back and forth, it's being reported that she's been using ketamine. There's been a lot of back and forth with reports being, with things being reported to us. So we have decided to kind of get a tighter grip of the case, and starting this week, we are supervising the visits at the agency, just so we can make sure that she is sober. Not that that was a concern for us, but just to make sure that she is sober, that she is displaying appropriate parenting skills, meeting the needs of her child, and having stable emotional behavior.
Okay, so just to back up 1 second, Ms. Polinsky was being offered pretty frequent and liberal parenting time because various caregivers, including the paternal grandparents, maternal grandparents, were willing and able to supervise that. But there's been a lot of emotional tension as well as the positive drug screens, and so you're just trying to keep more on track of what's happening. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay. When was the last time someone from the agency observed or supervised a parenting time for Ms. Polinsky?
It was, I don't have the date off back, but I did supervise one. It was probably about 2 months ago.
Okay. During that time that you observed, as well as what you are hearing from the other folks who have supervised or observed parenting time, how would you rate Ms. Polinsky's parenting skills when she's with WL?
She's great when she's with WL. It's been reported that she does good with WL. She's had parenting times where she has it at the caregiver's house, and she will bathe WL, and she'll read her a book and get her ready for bed. She does great with her during her parenting time visits.
Okay. All right. Are there, what about housing and resources? Are those barriers for Ms. Polinsky?
No, ma'am. She has stable housing. She has stable employment, and she is willing to use the resources within the community if she falls short.
Okay, so her housing would be appropriate for WL, and she has adequate financial resources to care for WL if WL was back in her care.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, and then I guess related to emotional stability would be relationships. I mean, is there another resource that you can provide to Ms. Polinsky to help assist her in maintaining more healthy romantic and other relationships? Or is the therapy at Arbor Circle kind of going to be covering that?
As of right now, those two are the ones that's going to be covering it. I can look into more resources to provide it to Ms. Polinsky.
Okay. Did you talk to her about looking into getting a PPO or anything like that?
That I have talked to her about that. She stated that she was willing to go through with the PPO. However, she hasn't yet that I'm
Okay.
aware of.
Okay. And you mentioned in your case service plan or your parent treatment plan that you were recommending that this court issue a no contact order between Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu. Is that right?
Yes, it is believed that she is minimally emotionally abused by Mr. Labazu, if not physically in a threatening way. And she was referred to the YWCA as well.
Okay. It's fair to say that no matter whose perspective you're looking at, they have a toxic sort of relationship, and it would be best for them to stay away from each other at this point.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else about Ms. Polinsky or her progress that you think the court should know?
No, I just want to say that, she is responsible enough to take accountability. She's very good with communicating. If she does fall short, she will admit to the agency about that. So she's not in denial of anything. I just hope that she continue to work hard.
Okay. And at one point, there was consideration of moving her parenting time to be unsupervised because she had been maintaining sobriety. What would you expect to see from her before you would be comfortable with, or before you would recommend that her parenting time be unsupervised?
A full reporting period of being maintaining her sobriety.
Okay. And regarding Whippet, I mean, is that something that can be tested for?
No, ma'am. It stays in your system a short period of time. So there's no way it can show up on a drug screen.
Okay. All right. So that would be, we're relying on her self-admission or someone else being there to report that she's doing that. Okay.
Correct.
All right. What are your recommendations?
Recommendations today. Yeah. It is respectfully recommended that WL remain a temporary court ward placed with an approved relative caregiver or in a licensed foster home if required. Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu participate in and benefit from the services offered within their parent agency treatment plan. Parenting time between WL and Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu be at the discretion of the agency. Mr. Labazu has no contact with Ms. Polinsky, and that this case be reviewed in 90 days.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coletti.
Thank you. Ms. Green, Ms. Polinsky is making progress, correct?
She is, other than the drug screens.
Okay, but when she goes to her visits, she doesn't appear to be on the influence of drugs, correct?
Correct.
And if she was using whippets, you'd be able to tell that, correct?
I assume, correct.
All right. And you just said that you wanted to see 3 months of sobriety before she could move to unsupervised parenting time?
Correct.
Have you have you designated other people to provide that supervision that you think she needs, such as the grandparents or?
Yes. Maternal grandparents does supervise visits as well.
Okay. And how often is that allowed?
She was doing them with they were additional visits that she had earned to get. They were doing grandparents' time, and when they had grandparents' time, she was allowed to have visits with WL sometimes, and then they will report to me.
Okay, that's those different grandparents who's currently caring for the child?
No, those are the caregivers are the paternal grandparents. I'm referring to the maternal grandparents, which is Miss Polinsky's mom and her father.
So are paternal grandparents allowed to supervise visits?
They were supervising visits, but then the paternal grandparents decided that they didn't want to supervise visits anymore. So now the agency is stepping in to supervise those visits as well.
Okay. Why don't they want to supervise?
Just the back and forth between themselves and Ms. Polinsky. And just to have a close, so that the agency can have a closer monitoring of the case and of the visit.
Okay. All right. And with regard to then it sounds like her progress can get derailed by Mr. Lobazoo.
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. McClure asked you about getting a PPO and she hasn't done that yet?
Not that I'm aware of. Me and her talked about it, but she hasn't gotten it done yet.
Okay. Are you aware, is she aware that it can be applied for online?
Yes, I
Okay.
informed her.
Okay. So would you be able to assist her making sure that gets done?
I can, yes.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to put on the record that I'm no longer the foster care worker for this case, so I can relay that to the new foster care worker.
Okay, thank you. And so really the main issue that you want her to deal with is her substance use, and she does well when Mr. Lobazoo isn't around.
Correct.
And there's no other treatment that you want her to go to, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right, and is there enough time? Does she have enough parenting time to maintain and strengthen the bond she has with the child?
Yes,
Okay. Would it be possible to increase that time?
I believe so. Yes,
Okay, so you'll work on increasing that time?
yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Toburin.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. McClure, any follow-up?
Yes, just briefly, Ms. Green, is so you have just, and the new caseworker just took over and she's here with us today hearing all of this. Is that right?
I believe she is on. I'm not for certain.
Oh, maybe she's not. Oh, no, she's not.
No.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I misunderstood. I saw somebody. I thought I didn't. Okay. So you will make sure that the new person taking over gets your notes from today's hearing and can kind of hit the ground running, taking over this case?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
And just for the record, what is the name of the new caseworker?
Abigail Johnson.
Say that again.
Abigail Johnson.
Michelle?
No, Abigail. Abigail.
Thank you. The first part of what you said just kept dropping out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Coletti, any follow-up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Toburin?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. McClure, any additional witnesses?
No, thank you.
Ms. Coletti, any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Toburin?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Ms. McClure, statement.
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to visit with WL in the home of the paternal grandparents. As always, she is very lively, very charming. She is very well bonded with both of her grandparents equally. They love her and she loves them. So I'm very happy with her placement. And she's doing very, very well. And, I'm happy that we are making progress, that we are making, progress toward making Mr. Labazoo a legal parent so that he can be more involved in this case. I'm very disappointed by the way he's been communicating with the agency, but maybe with a new caseworker, he'll become a little bit, I know that Ms. Green is a great person, but maybe that change will just shift things for him. And I hope that he will work with Catholic Charities and start working on a parent agency treatment plan. Ms. Polinsky has made progress. We've had a little bit of a downturn, but I'm happy to hear that she is considering more intensive substance use treatment. Obviously both parents love WL. They do well during their parenting time. So I see a lot of positives here. And overall, I do support the recommendations, including a no contact provision between both the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Mother, covering for Ann Lewis, I support the recommendations.
Mr. Toburin.
Your Honor, the recommendation seems appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. The court finds that the lawyer guardian ad litem has complied with the requirements of the statute. I'm glad to hear that she's doing so well. That this child should not be returned to a parent today because it would cause a substantial risk of harm to the child's life, physical health, or mental well-being. That in accordance with the statute, progress towards alleviating or mitigating the conditions that cause this child to be placed or remain in temporary foster care has not been made by Ms. Polinsky. That does not mean you haven't made progress. It just means I can't return this child today to you. That the child's continued placement is necessary and appropriate, is meeting her needs. That the needs of this child can be met in a foster family home. The court orders that this child continue in the protective and temporary custody of the court, continue placement with the Department for Care and Supervision. That the adjudicated respondent, Ms. Polinsky, comply with and benefit from the case service plan, that she sign any necessary releases, that parenting time of Ms. Polinsky be at the discretion of the agency to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time by its designee. Continue the attorneys in this matter. And Ms. Polinsky, you've probably heard this before, but relapse is part of recovery, and the court understands that. So I'm also very encouraged to hear that you are willing to consider more intensive services. Nobody said that this is easy. Kicking a substance abuse addiction is one of the hardest things in the world. So, and we all get that, and we're all cheering for you. So just keep at it. All right. Ms. Gibson, do we have a date for our next review hearing?
Your Honor, did you want to do the review hearing December 18th along with the adjudication? No. Okay.
No.
Okay, and then it's going to be early January. One moment.
Actually, we could go ahead and figure 3 months from December, because we can kind of do well, no, I guess we could do. I think your first suggestion was right. That's right, because we've already done disposition in this case. So yes, we can set it for that same date.
Okay,
Sorry.
great. No,
I talked myself right out of it.
that's great. That helps me. December 18th at 2:30.
All right.
That's in person then or Zoom?
I have it as Zoom.
Zoom, okay. And that's the same time as the adjudication for Mr. Lobazu?
Correct.
Yeah, we'll do a review and an adjudication.
Very good. Thank you.
Present in the virtual courtroom, we have Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Scott Vanderkook. We have Mother Joycelyn Polinsky. We have her attorney, Ann Lewis. We have Father Brendan Labazu. We have his attorney, Stephanie Cardenas. We have the child's attorney, Audra McClure, various agency workers. And I believe we have an Arbor Circle therapist, at least one. And we're here today for both an adjudication and a review. Mr. Vanderkook.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have submitted a proposed amended Sanders petition. It's my understanding that Mr. Labazo is prepared to admit the 3 allegations therein.
Right. Ms. Cardenas, is that the case?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Labazu, would you raise your right hand, please? The truth.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And are the parties willing to waive the preliminary reading of the petition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Vanderkook, would you place the amendments to the petition on the record?
Yes. Paragraph A reads that Ms. Jocelyn Polinsky is the mother of Riley. Paragraph B is Mr. Brendan Labazo is the legal father affidavit of parentage signed August 24th, 2025. And lastly, Mr. Labazo has housing, substance abuse, employment, and emotional instability issues that negatively affect his ability to safely parent Renly.
Okay, I was looking at the wrong petition, so that helps. Okay. And does everyone agree to those amendments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Labazu, I'm actually Ms. Lewis, do you believe that the proposed plea is in the best interest of the child?
That would be me.
I'm sorry, Ms. McClure.
That's okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Labazu, do you understand the petition?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any questions about it before we go any further?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you enter a plea today admitting the allegations of the petition, you'll be giving up a number of rights? The first is that the right to have a trial by the judge or a jury. The next is the right to require the prosecutor prove the allegations by preponderance or majority of the evidence. The right to question the prosecutor's witnesses in person in court under oath. And the right to have the court order that any witnesses you believe could be helpful to you to come to court to testify. Do you have any questions about these rights?
No.
Do you understand all the rights that you'd be losing or giving up if you enter a plea today?
Yes.
Okay. There are also a number of consequences that may flow from your plea today. The first is that your child may be made or continued as a temporary ward of the court, which means the court has broad discretion regarding placement, which can be in foster care with a relative or in a suitable institution. You'll be required to comply with a treatment plan to show that you're able to provide a safe and appropriate home for your child. You may be required to pay for some of the costs of this case, including your attorney fees, cost of care if the child is placed outside of the home, counseling costs, etc. Now, we all hope that this next thing will not happen, and it certainly will not happen today, but I am required to tell you about all the possible future consequences of your plea. If you can't show that you can provide a safe and appropriate home for your child within a reasonable amount of time, given the circumstances and your progress, there may be a future request to terminate your parental rights, and your plea today may be used as evidence in that proceeding. If your rights ultimately are terminated in the future, you would have no input as to your child's medical treatment, education, discipline, or residence. You would also have no right to parenting time with your child and no right to inherit from them or receive their earnings. If you have a child support obligation, it would continue until a court of competent jurisdiction modifies or terminates it, or an order of adoption is entered, or the child is emancipated by operation of law. Do you understand all of these possible future consequences?
Yes.
Do you have any questions regarding the consequences of today's plea if you choose to admit the allegations in the petition?
No. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't. Can you repeat that?
Do you have any questions about the possible future
No, I don't.
consequences? Okay. Have you reviewed the petition and your plea agreement with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you need to speak with her again before we go further?
I don't know. Stephanie, I don't think so.
Do you have any?
Only if you have questions, would we meet again? And if you have questions while we go through this, just let the court know.
Okay.
So are you prepared to go forward at this point?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to read each of the allegations in the amended petition that apply to you. And then I will be asking you whether or not you admit the allegations. And I just hold on a minute. I'm having a computer issue. Apologize. There we go. Okay, paragraph A reads, Ms. Jocelyn Polensky is the mother of WL. Do you admit that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Paragraph B reads, Mr. Brendan Labazou is the legal father of WL via affidavit of parentage signed August 24th, 2025.
Yep.
You admit?
Yeah, admit.
Okay. Paragraph C reads, Mr. Labazou has housing, substance abuse, employment, and emotional instability issues that negatively affect his ability to safely parent WL.
Admit.
Okay. All right. Has anyone made any promises to you or threatened you in any way to encourage you to admit the allegations of this petition?
No.
Are you admitting this of your own free will?
Yes.
Has anyone told you the court would go easier on you if you admitted the allegations of the petition?
No.
Okay. The court is satisfied that there's a factual basis to accept the plea. I'm satisfied that Mr. Labazou has been fully advised of his rights and is freely, understandingly, and voluntarily entering into this plea regarding the allegations of this petition. I further find by a preponderance of the evidence that one or more of the statutory grounds alleged in the petition are true and that Mr. Labazou is a respondent in this matter. Appellate review is available to challenge any errors in the adjudicatory process, which may be challenged in an appeal from the initial order of disposition following adjudication. If you are indigent, you are entitled to the appointment of attorney to represent you on any appeal as of right and to the preparation of relevant transcripts. You may be barred from challenging the assumption of jurisdiction or the removal of your child from your care and custody in an appeal from the order terminating parental rights if you do not timely file an appeal under MCR 7.204 or a delayed appeal under MCR 3.993C. At any time while the court retains jurisdiction over your child, you may challenge the continuing exercise of that jurisdiction by filing a motion for rehearing under MCL 712A.21 or by filing an application for leave to appeal with the Michigan Court of Appeals. Mr. Vanderkook, would you and your adjudicative witnesses like to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. No objection.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. McClure.
Thank you. I would like to call Abigail Johnson.
All right, Ms. Johnson, with you. And just want to remind everyone, we are live streaming, so please use the child's initials and not the full name. Ms. McClure.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, will you please tell us where you're employed and in what capacity?
I am currently employed at Catholic Charities West Michigan, and I am a foster care specialist.
All right, and you are the current specialist for the case involving WL, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and in preparation for today's hearing, you prepared a case service plan along with some other documents, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'd just like to go through those at this point, if that's okay, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
All right, I have as proposed Exhibit 1 a case service plan and parent agency treatment plans dated 12/5/25. Proposed Exhibit 2 is a psychological evaluation dated 10/14/25 regarding Mr. Labazou. Proposed Exhibit 3 is a psychological evaluation dated 10/21/25 regarding Ms. Polinsky. Proposed Exhibit 4 is a packet including a forensic fluid report and 16 drug screens during this reporting period. Proposed Exhibit 5 is a YWCA domestic violence safety plan signed by Ms. Polinsky dated 11/21/25. And proposed Exhibit 6 is an Arbor Circle progress report dated 12/2/25.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, so let's start with WL. She is still in the home of her paternal grandparents, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and she is still doing extremely well in that placement, moving right along developmentally, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and I heard that she is moving up to the next room in daycare, which is exciting, and that transition is going well?
Yes, that is correct. Her early on worker reported that she's feeling more comfortable in the older room, and her teacher is seeing that she's feeling more comfortable and talking more as well.
Okay, great. And can you give us an update about early on?
Yeah. So like I just said, she's feeling more comfortable being in that older room now. Her early on worker reports that she is using single words and some short phrases to communicate, but some of her speech is a little bit more difficult to understand than other words. She is super engaged with looking at books and imitates words either spontaneously or when she's prompted to do so. She is working on naming familiar pictures in books such as like hats, boots, dogs, and cats, things like that. She is also working on recognizing colors, and she's been able to recognize purple and green. Those are some specific ones that her worker noticed. And she is also working on looking at books and kind of acting as if she's reading them and flipping through the pages.
Okay, so she's moving right along and she's developmentally pretty much on track. Is that fair to say? Okay, wonderful. And we're talking about some potty training too. That's an ongoing
Yes,
developmental phase. Okay. And she's up to date on her well child, her medical and physical needs with a next well child coming up in January of 2026. Is that right?
She is up to date. I know she does have an appointment tomorrow for a well child visit to get a flu shot.
Okay.
And then I have not gotten information on the January one, but I do know there is one scheduled for tomorrow. And then she is up to date on dental, and she'll just have to have one by 3/16/26.
Okay. All right, and the caretakers are making sure that she's attending medical appointments, getting everything she needs. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Anything else you think that the court should know about WL?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about Mr. Labazo. I mean, he just became a respondent on the case just now today, but have you been working with him to develop a parent agency treatment plan?
I have. I actually was able to do intake with him yesterday morning.
Wonderful. All right, so can you give us a rundown of the barriers that you'll be working with him to address?
Yes, so we will be working to address housing barriers. We will be working to address emotional stability. We will be working to address understanding child characteristics. We will be working to address parenting skills. We will be working to address substance abuse, and we will be working to address domestic violence.
Okay, so let's start. Let's just go in the order you listed them. Can you tell us where he's living now and an update on services you can refer him to improve his housing situation?
Mr. Labezo reports that he is currently homeless and he either sleeps in his car or finds a place to sleep. He reports that he has a place he will be moving into in March with 2 roommates and the rent will be $500 a month. This will be verified upon him moving. Mr. Labezo reports wanting no other help with housing.
Okay. And you have told him that if he wants assistance, you can provide him services such as, I'm sure you can send him lists of available housing resources and things like that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. And when he does move in with those roommates, will you be going to the home to make sure that the home is appropriate and things like that?
Yes, I will. And he also said that he would be okay with us getting the information on those roommates and having them cleared through our agency.
Wonderful. And he said that he's willing to provide you with a copy of the lease and everything as well.
I did not ask that specifically, but when we get a little bit closer to that date, I can ask him to provide that for me.
All right. Thank you. Is he employed at this time?
Yes, he reports being employed by Widespread Ranch in Lowell, Michigan. He gets paid cash by this employer, and he makes $20 an hour. He has reported that he has worked here for about a year.
Okay. And will you be working with him to develop a budget based
Yes,
on
I
his
will.
income and expenses? Thank you. All right, so let's talk about emotional stability. I know that one of the exhibits that was entered was a psychological evaluation. Have you had a chance to review that yourself and also go through that with Mr. Labzo?
I had a chance to review it myself, but I did not go over it with him.
Okay, is that something that you will do?
I can set that up, yes.
Okay. What would be your recommendation regarding services to address emotional stability?
I will refer him for individual therapy sessions. And I have referred him for randomized drug screening already through the Family Outreach Center. And I can refer him for a trauma-informed parenting class as well. And yeah.
Okay. All right. And are these things that, I guess we can go one by one. Has he stated that he's willing to attend therapy?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. And when you say no, do you mean that he is not willing to, or that you haven't discussed that with him?
I haven't discussed directly individual therapy sessions with him. I've just discussed a couple other services.
Okay. Have you discussed randomized drug screens with him?
I have, yes.
Okay, and that was something that you had previously referred him to. He declined to do those, but he wasn't a respondent in this case yet, so it wasn't previously required. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Would you be asking the judge today or the court today to order that he attend randomized drug screens?
I would, yes.
Okay. All right, and you mentioned trauma-informed parenting classes. Have you discussed that with him yet?
I have not discussed that one with him yet, no, but I have discussed foster care supportive visitation with him, and a referral has been submitted for that.
And he's willing to do that service?
He did not decline or agree to that service.
Okay.
And then he also was referred for YWCA mental health and domestic violence services, and he did decline those services as well already.
All right, so similar to the drug screens, not being a respondent in the case, it's not something, he wasn't required to engage in a parent agency treatment plan, but you would ask that the court order him to engage in a plan including those services. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the YWCA referral would be to address domestic violence as well as emotional stability?
Correct.
Okay. And would they address parenting skills as well? Potentially?
I am not 100% sure on that, if they address parenting skills in those services.
Okay. All right, so the supportive visitation, as well as the trauma-informed parenting class would be to address the child characteristics as well as parenting skills, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and have you talked to him about what the supportive visitation, what that would look like, what that, that would work?
Yes, and I attached what that would look like, and then I gave him a pamphlet on the program as well.
Okay. And that would be something you would expect him to do to work on his parenting skills, correct?
I would, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how is parenting time going?
Overall, parenting time is going really, really well. Our visitation specialist commonly watches visits for Mr. Labuzzo, but I have had the chance to watch a couple visits with him, and I have not had any concerns. He is super engaged with WL during parenting times. He will often bring her different snacks like vegetables or animal crackers. They will color together and draw. And something that I've noticed WL really loves is listening to music and dancing around. And doing that, Mr. Labuzzo is super engaged and will dance around with her as well.
All right, wonderful. And has his attendance been pretty good as well?
For the most part, yes. He was offered 18 parenting time visits this reporting period,
and he was present for 12 of them, but he did communicate when he was not able to be present.
Good. And he communicated enough in advance so that she wasn't transported unnecessarily?
Yes.
Good. Has there been discussion of some extra parenting time for the holidays?
Yes, so there actually was a holiday party this past weekend that Mr. Lobezo got to attend, and WL was present with the caregiver. The caregiver and I discussed this previously, and I okayed it. The caregiver reported that the visit went very well, that there was no concerns, and that WL loves being around her father, and that she engages very well with him. And then the caregiver asked if going forward, if it would be a possibility to start watching one of Mr. Lobezo's visits with WL a week. And so coming up with the holidays, we are going to have some visits that the caregiver is going to supervise Mr. Lobezo in the caregiver's home. And we have a safety plan and everything in place to ensure that all of that is safe, and Mr. Lobezo will get to see WL around the holidays.
Okay. So there was some concern, or there were some issues previously during the past, I think we discussed this at the last hearing, that the caregiver, a couple different family members were supervising Ms. Polinsky's parenting time instead of someone from the agency. And the agency decided that all parenting time will be supervised by the agency going forward. So I'm wondering what the change, is this change only applicable to Mr. Labazu? What's the standard that we're going to apply here for these parents?
So I had asked my supervisor if it was okay for the holiday party, and I explained what was given to me for that visit. And then the caregiver had reached out to me as well and asked if she could start supervising a visit for him again. And the caregiver isn't willing to supervise visits for mom. She isn't comfortable doing that. And that's what she has reported to us.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we haven't really addressed the issue. I mean, there were issues between the parties and having contact and just other family issues. So there really hasn't been any change other than that the caregiver is willing to supervise visits with the father and not the mother.
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you think that the court should know about Mr. Labazu or his parent agency treatment plan?
Not at this time, no.
All right. So let's talk about Ms. Polinsky. Can you give us a list of what barriers you're working on with her?
Yes. So we are addressing emotional stability. We are addressing parenting skills. We are addressing understanding child characteristics. We are addressing domestic relations. We are addressing substance abuse. And I believe that is all of them.
All right. So Ms. Polinsky also, during this past reporting period, completed a psychological evaluation. Have you had a chance to go through that with her?
I have not had a chance to review it with her, but I have had a chance to review it myself.
All right. And there were various recommendations in that psychological evaluation, and some of those we were already working on services. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. But you will make an effort to go through that with her and discuss it with her?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Okay. Can you tell us what services are being employed to address the area of emotional stability?
Yes. So Ms. Polinsky began YWCA mental health and domestic relation services on 11/20. She also began Arbor Circle services in July of this year, and she has been continuing with those. This reporting period, she had 10 therapy appointments that she kept with Arbor Circle, and she had one that she canceled on 10/9. She has also been doing group sessions and peer support groups at Arbor Circle, and she's attended 16 sessions this reporting period and canceled 2 appointments for sessions on 11/6 and 11/21. And she also was doing intensive outpatient treatment through Arbor Circle, which began the week of 11/10. And she was doing that Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then she decided that doing inpatient treatment would be the best. So she started at our Hope Rehab on 12/1/25.
All right. And that was a decision that you supported?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
And she's still there, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Is she able to engage in parenting time while she's there?
Yes, she is.
Wonderful. All right. And you submitted the drug screens and the drug report. So it sounds like that's definitely still an issue, but she is taking a great step toward addressing that by being in the inpatient facility, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And she is still completing drug screens when our agency goes for parenting time visits. And then she's also completing random drug screens through the rehab.
Okay. And they're sharing those results with you?
They told me they will share them with me, but I have not received any yet.
Okay. And if you don't get any, you'll make sure to reach out and figure out what the problem is?
I will, yes.
All right. All right, so let's talk about parenting skills and child characteristics. What services have been provided or are being provided to Ms. Polinsky to address that barrier?
I referred Ms. Polinsky for foster care supportive visitation on 12/4/25. And I had started that process of getting her referred before she was going for rehab. So it's likely that they will reach out and contact her once she is completed with her rehab program. I did reach out and let them know after that she was going into rehab, and I did not hear anything back on if they would still reach out to her and then wait to hear back in the future, or if they would just plan on reaching out at a future time. So I can follow up on that.
Okay. All right. How does Ms. Polinsky's parenting time go?
Overall, Ms. Polinsky's parenting times are going very, very well. Again, I am not commonly the one who watches the parenting times. Our visitation specialist does the parenting times, but I have had a chance to attend a couple parenting times last month and then one last week, and they have been going very, very well. She is engaged with Renly. Something, again, I've noticed is Renly or WL really just likes listening to music, and so Ms. Polinsky will will put on some music, and they will work through some songs and kind of talk about the wheels on the bus, or they'll talk about head to toe song, and just learning different parts of the body and things like that. And then they also will do coloring and drawing or listening or watching movies during parenting time. And Ms. Polinsky is very engaged during that as well.
Okay. And how's her attendance been?
Ms. Polinsky was offered 18 parenting time visits this reporting period, and she was present for all of them.
Wonderful. All right. And there was the court ordered at our last hearing that the parties are to have no contact with each other, while that Mr. Labazo is to have no contact with Ms. Polinsky. Do you have any indication that there has been contact at all?
I do have indication. I received, or I did a request for police reports from Ms. Polinsky's address. And there was a police report from 10/15/25 indicating that Mr. Labazo was at Ms. Polinsky's residence. And then Miss Polinsky also reported that the week of 11/17, she saw Mr. Lobezo, and the weekend of 11/2/25, she was at work and Mr. Lobezo reportedly came to her home and destroyed her belongings. But since then, she reports no contact with him.
Has there been a discussion of obtaining a personal protection order?
Yes, there has been discussion.
Okay, has that happened yet?
We are in the process of that currently.
Okay. All right, so police report from 10/15. I mean, the hearing date was October 28th, so there was no order at that point. So that is not actually a violation of the order. Fair to say? Okay. All righty. All right. Is there anything else you think the court should know about Ms. Polinsky?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. I get one question about the parenting time, because the issue of family members supervising, things like that. Ms. Polinsky's mother was supervising parenting time for a while. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Is that something that you think would be appropriate at this time or not?
Because Ms. Polinsky is in a rehab facility, for supervision of the visits, it can only be agency staff or staff from the facility, and they currently don't have extra staff to supervise, so it can only be agency supervision for Ms. Polinsky's visits.
Okay. Once she is out of that facility, what would be your recommendation regarding supervision of parenting time?
I will have conversations with the caregiver and Ms. Polinsky's mother to see who may be comfortable supervising visits. If Ms. Polinsky's mother is comfortable supervising visits, again, I would look at the overall picture and talk with my supervisor and come up with a plan for that. But if there's not any concerns for her supervising, then I would not have a problem with that, since we are allowing the caregiver to supervise for his son.
Okay. And is there there were various family members involved. Ms. Polinsky's, both of her parents, Mr. Labazu's parents, doing supervision. There was an allegation, and I think this was before you were on the case, but there was an allegation that Ms. Polinsky's mother knew she was using drugs and didn't say anything or allowed that, I don't know, didn't allow it to happen in front of the child, but knew that she was using and didn't report that. Do you know anything about that?
I do not know much information on that, no.
Okay. So is that something you can look at various, all of the reports, talk to people who were on the case before you were on the case and try to get a good sense of the background of that?
Yes, I was informed of the like little bit of the back and forth and the involvement with multiple family members. I just wasn't necessarily informed on the specifics of what you had just said, with the mother possibly knowing that there was substance use occurring.
Okay. But that's something you'll look into and try to get a good handle on that, so that we can have a good solid plan?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you think the court should know about the case?
Not at this time, no.
All right. What are your recommendations?
It is respectfully recommended that WL remain a temporary court ward placed in an approved relative caregiver or in a licensed foster home if required. Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo participate in and benefit from the services offered within their parent agency treatment plan. Parenting time between WL and Ms. Polinsky and Brendan Lobezo be at the discretion of the agency. And Mr. Lobezo has no contact with Ms. Polinsky, and this case be reviewed in 90 days.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as you just stated, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Polinsky is now at Our Hope, and that, I believe, is a 90-day program. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so with the YMCA referral for mental health and domestic relations Will those services continue while she's at Our Hope, or will they have to stop and be re-referred once she's released?
I have not gotten an update from the worker that I had been in communication with from YWCA since she has been at Our Hope, but I will reach out to her and see if those services will continue, because I know Ms. Polinsky will have access to her phone after being at Our Hope for 30 days. So I will see if services can resume then, or if she will need to be re-referred upon her discharge.
Okay, and then what about the services she was receiving at Arbor Circle? Those, I mean, you said that she was attending group Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 12. Is that the FET program?
No, that was the intensive outpatient treatment.
Okay, but clearly she's doing inpatient now, so that will stop for now.
Correct.
Okay. And she's also doing individual counseling at Arbor Circle. Will that also stop?
I am not sure on that, but I do know that she is doing groups and therapy sessions at Our Hope as well. She has a very detailed schedule each day while she is at rehab.
Okay, and you indicated that she's drug screening there and also with you.
That is correct, yes.
And so foster care supportive visitation probably will not be able to happen while she's at Our Hope. You said you weren't sure, but probably not though, right?
Correct. Because of the supervision, I would assume that it probably will not be able to occur while she is an inpatient.
Okay. And in looking over her psychological evaluation under the conclusions and recommendations section, it says it did not suggest any sort of personality disorder, and also did not suggest any deficits in regard to her knowledge of child development, child care practices, or parenting techniques. So are you taking those findings into account when you're making your recommendations for services?
Yes, and I just had referred both for foster care supportive visitation because that is just a common service we do for a lot of parents.
Okay. And then I was also looking over Miss Polinsky's drug screen. So obviously, if she started at Our Hope on the 1st, there's a couple after the 1st of December that says did not appear, but it's not like she failed to appear, and that should be considered a positive test, correct?
Correct.
And there are also dates listed where it says did not appear. I'm looking at the client history, but then when you look at the actual drug screens, there were screens done. So can you explain to me why it's marked failure to appear when screens were actually completed by forensic fluids labs?
So if it was on the same day that screens were completed by our agency workers, and it may have been a day she was called by the testing facility, that may be why it's showing up as she did not appear for one she was called in for, and that she completed one that same day. But besides that, there should be no reason for it saying she did not appear and there being one completed.
Okay. I just wanted to point that out because I don't want there to be any misinterpretation of the fact that she did in fact test.
Correct.
Okay. And will you continue to, or going forward, will you compare the actual forensic fluids lab report and the client history to make sure that any missed tests that might be considered positive were or were not in fact missed?
When she is discharged from her program and she continues to do the randomized screening, yes, I will look at those. But currently she is not doing randomized screening through the Family Outreach Center because she is in rehab.
Correct. I understand. And with regards to who's supervising parenting time and if it's her parent or his or Mr. Labazoo's parents or whatever, that's really a non-issue at this point as she is inpatient, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And obviously you will provide updates she's free to leave at any time from Our Hope, is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and if something changes and she decides to do that, obviously you'll let us all know?
Yes, I will let you all know.
Okay. What is she getting at Our Hope, other than substance abuse counseling, individual therapy, group therapy? What other things that align with the services you would recommend is she receiving while she's inpatient?
So Miss Polinsky reports that they have a very structured day. So it's helping with her stability and just understanding how she can go day to day with having stability. They wake up each morning at the same time with all of the individuals in the house. They will come down and they will cook breakfast and they will work on different skills together. She says that they have read some different books. They will go to the gym with some of the staff from the facility, and they help clean the house and they prepare meals, and we'll sit down and talk about their days, and just a very structured day-to-day schedule with working on different skills from cooking to communicating with groups to going to the gym and putting your physical health first.
Okay. And previously, Miss Polinsky had been renting an apartment. Do you know, is she losing that apartment because she's gone to inpatient, or is that going to be waiting for her when she gets out?
No, Miss Polinsky reported that she did move out of her old apartment for going to rehab, but she did report that upon being discharged from rehab, that she will have housing and that it is not a concern. And so I will verify that upon her discharge from Our Hope.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Cardenas.
Thank you. You said that you don't have concerns about his parenting times, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. But you still want to refer, what is the reason then to referring for foster care supportive visitation if you have no concerns about sexual visits?
I think it's good because the coach just gives a lot of insight to a lot of different skills and just the way of going about handling trauma, or if a kid may be having a temper tantrum, they can teach them skills to work through that. He's also a first-time parent, so just having a coach or someone to give him some extra skills and steps through parenting is something that could be good, just to let him know that he has support. And it also could give him another positive advocate to show how he is doing during his interactions with WL.
By having the foster care supportive visitation, does that allow more visits?
If we set it up to where it was on a different day than his set schedule currently, we could have an additional visit because foster care supportive visitation coaches also will count as supervising the visit. So if we still had his 2 regular visits a week, we could talk with the coach about adding that third one in, and that being the coaching session and watching session for the coach.
Okay. And then you're going to put in referral for trauma-informed parenting?
Correct.
And where is that location? Is it via Zoom? Is it in person?
It's virtual through Wedgwood Christian Services.
Okay. And when you put in the referral, will you make sure that that can actually accommodate his work schedule?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And then the same, you put in a referral for drug screens, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Where is that through?
It's through the Family Outreach Center in Kent County.
Okay. And he lives in Lowell, correct?
Correct. He reports being homeless currently. I'm sorry.
Right, but he lives in Lowell, he works in Lowell. Is that correct?
He works in Lowell, correct. He reports that he may sleep different places or find different places to sleep. So I do not have an exact location on where he is living.
Okay. Is there, I mean, I think when I looked it up, it's about 30 minutes to get to the Family Outreach Center from Lowell, is that correct?
About, yes.
Okay. Is there any place closer considering he's working and I've seen the hours for Family Outreach Center?
That is the only location close around here.
Have you looked up doing drug screens closer to Lowell?
I can look into that and see if there's anywhere, but the options are very, very limited.
Okay. If it's an issue, will you touch base with me?
Yes, I will.
Okay. And then what is your other, I guess, recommendation? I'm confused. You said it was to YWCA and then another place for therapy. What is your recommendation to address the emotional stability?
I will be referring him for individual therapy sessions through Wedgwood Christian Services. And then the YWCA services can address mental health and domestic relation services, but he has previously denied those services.
Okay. So it's kind of the hope that he gets in with an individual therapist to address substance abuse, domestic violence, emotional stability.
Correct, yes.
Okay. You'll once again look at if he's able to do it as far as transportation, how far away it is, and his work schedule.
Yes, and we do have a lot of options for virtual therapy as well.
Okay.
And I am hoping to be able to re-refer him for the YWCA services because that one would be good to cover all of those barriers. But I would just have to know that he is willing to commit in order to re-refer him because they will want to see some commitment before they reach out to get that service going.
Okay. And in terms of that, my understanding though, that's once again in Grand Rapids in person.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I do know that they have had some virtual sessions for therapy, it depending on the individual, but a lot of those sessions are in person, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Ms. McClure, any follow-up?
Yes, briefly. Is it possible to drug screen Mr. Labazoo at parenting time visits?
Now we can start doing that, yes. Previously, he had denied doing any drug screens.
Okay, so you had asked him to do those or offered those and he had declined?
The visitation specialist had offered them and he had declined. I have not offered any drug screens to Mr. Labazoo, and he has not declined any from me.
Okay, but that's something that you can do. And if he has 2 parenting time visits per week and he does those at least once or twice a week, that could potentially be a good fill-in for the FOC service, potentially.
It potentially could be, but we do want to have randomized screening, and with having set schedules for visits, it would give him the know of when he's going to be screened each time. So it would be a hope that he can do the randomized screening. But if for some reason that cannot work, then maybe we could figure out something where we screen him at parenting times and then I go and screen him one time randomly throughout the week, but I would just have to have a schedule.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Lewis, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cardenas, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. McClure, any additional witnesses?
No, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, any witnesses?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cardenas, any witnesses?
I have none.
Okay. Statements, Ms. McClure.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was able to visit WL in the home of their grandparents earlier this week. As always, she is doing very well. She is very bright, very happy girl, and I even got a hug from her. I didn't ask for one, I just got one, and so that was that was nice. And I'm happy that the parenting time for both of these parents is going very well, and I'm also happy that Mr. Lobazo is a respondent in the case, and hopefully he will start engaging with a parent agency treatment plan. It's been disappointing that he has declined services up until this point, so hopefully he will get engaged with those now. I want to comment on the parenting time and the supervision. I think I am comfortable with a family member supervising a holiday visit here and there. I'm not comfortable with family member supervising parenting time on a regular, consistent basis for a parent who has not even started a parent agency treatment plan yet. And so I would ask that the court order the agency to supervise parenting time, at least for the next reporting period for both parents. With the exception of potentially another holiday visit or something like that. But I don't, he has declined all drug screens. I mean, I think we really need to get a baseline here before that happens. And I am aware of the tension between family and things like that just adds a component to this that I don't want to get involved in. But other than that, I do support all the recommendations of the agency. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the recommendations are appropriate. I'm happy that Ms. Polinsky has elected to go to inpatient therapy. I know that that will put some potential services in the community on hold while she is there, but I'm hopeful that she will be re-referred to those services after she has completed her program. And everybody obviously hopes that when you complete a program like this, you come out substance-free and remain that way. So I think for right now, the recommendations are appropriate given her inpatient status, and encourage her to engage and embrace the process of being inpatient, and we'll see where we stand in 90 days.
Thank you. Ms. Cardenas?
Thank you, Your Honor. I support the recommendations as stated. I would ask that the parenting time be at the discretion of the agency. I think the agency said they are willing to supervise parenting times. With the ones they've supervised, there's been no issues. We've had relatives supervised for Mr. Labazu. Given that even though he might not have consented to drug screens, there's been no concerns that he's been under the influence of any substances during parenting times. Really, there's been no issues. So I'd ask for it to be at the discretion of the agency. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The court finds that the lawyer guardian ad litem has complied with the requirements of the statute. That Brian Labazu is the legal father of WL. That returning this child to a parent or guardian today would cause a substantial risk of harm to the child's life, physical health, or mental well-being. That reasonable efforts have been made to preserve and reunify the family, make it possible for this child to safely return home. That reasonable efforts for reunification be continued. That in accordance with the statute, progress towards alleviating or mitigating the conditions that cause this child to be placed to remain in temporary foster care has not been made by either parent. That the child's continued placement is necessary, appropriate, is meeting her needs. That the needs of this child can be met in a foster family home. The court orders that the child continue in the protective and temporary custody of the court, continue placement with the Department for Care and Supervision, that the adjudicated respondents, Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu, comply with and benefit from the case service plan, that parents sign any necessary releases, that Ms. Polinsky's parenting time is at the discretion of the agency to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time by its designee. The parenting time of Mr. Labazu is at the discretion of the agency to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time by its designee. But I will say that I agree with the LGAL that even though I'm giving agency discretion, I think that supervised parenting time by the designee and particularly by a family member on a regular basis at this time is premature. And that it could happen for the holidays, but otherwise I would expect it to be supervised by the agency until we get a little further along in this case. Continue the no contact order between Mr. Labazu and Ms. Polinsky. Continue the attorneys in this matter, and then Ms. Gibson, do we have a date for our next review?
Yes, Your Honor, March 11 at 9 a.m.
Any conflicts with that date or time?
I already have a 9 a.m. and
Okay,
it's
we'll see if we can get something else. It's okay.
Would you be able to do 9:30?
It's actually I said it was a 9 a.m., but it's 9:30. If you think a review could only be from 9 to 9:30, then I guess I'm good.
I have a 9 and a 10 that on the 11th.
Okay.
Could we do 8:30 to 9?
We could pick a different day.
Okay. All right. 1 moment. Okay, let's do March 10 at 10 a.m.
Perfect for me.
I can do that.
Works for me.
Okay, we have a winner. All right, we will see you on March 10th at 10 a.m. And Mr. Labazu, I really encourage you to take advantage of all of the services that are being offered. Ms. Polinsky, I am very pleased and proud of you that you have made the step to go inpatient. That's a big, big step. It took a lot of courage. Very happy to see that, and I'm glad to know that you're working on it. Present in the virtual courtroom, we have Mother Jocelyn Polinsky. We have Attorney Ann Lewis. We have Father Brendan Labazu, his attorney Stephanie Cardenas. We have the child's attorney Audra McClure, various agency workers, and we have CASA, I believe, as well, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Ms. McClure.
Thank you. I will call Abigail Johnson.
Ms. McClure.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, will you please tell us where you're employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed at Catholic Charities West Michigan in Grand Rapids, and I am a foster care worker.
Okay. And you've been assigned to this case for the whole prior reporting period and a little bit before that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, you prepared a case service plan and provided several other documents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'll just go through those at this point, if that's okay, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Okay. As proposed Exhibit 1, I have a case service plan and parent agency treatment plans dated February 26, 2026. Proposed Exhibit 2 is a set of drug screens for Ms. Polinsky with dates starting in December 11th, 2025, ending February 12th, 2026. That's 94 pages total. Proposed Exhibit 3 is a set of drug screens for Mr. Labazo dated December 2025 through February 2026. Proposed Exhibit 4 is a set of reports from supportive visitation regarding Ms. Polinsky. Proposed Exhibit 5 is a set of supportive visitation reports regarding Mr. Labazo. Proposed Exhibit 6 is a letter from Our Hope regarding Ms. Polinsky dated 12/22/25. And proposed Exhibit 7 is a safety plan regarding Ms. Polinsky.
All right. Any objections?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Johnson, let's start by talking about WL. Is it true that she remains in the same family placement that she's been in throughout the entire case?
Yes, she is.
Okay, and how's that placement going?
It is going very well overall. She loves living with her grandma and grandpa. They are very interactive with her life. They have a very set schedule. She goes to daycare. She does swim lessons now. She sees other family, and she just really loves being in that environment and really gets to be herself.
Okay, and she's developmentally on track and healthy. Is that correct?
That is correct. Early on, continues to see her, and they don't have any concerns at this time with how she's doing cognitively or developmentally. And she is up to date on her dental and well child appointments. She was last seen in January for her dental appointment, and she was seen in December for her well child appointment. And she is also up to date on all of her immunizations currently.
Okay, wonderful. So she's essentially thriving in every way that we could possibly want her to thrive. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, all right, wonderful. Anything specific about WL you think the court should know?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Just before we move on, I just have a quick question. At
Uh,
our last review hearing, she was involved in potty training. I'm just wondering how that's going.
It's not something that like they're pressing with, worrying about it, but they're not having issues with her wetting her diaper. Like that's not something they've had concerns with. She's usually very good with going throughout the day, not wetting through her diapers, things like that. She does register when she needs to use the restroom or different things like that.
Okay, so she's making
it's going as
progress.
well as it can go. Yep.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Ms. McClure.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's talk about the parent agency treatment plan for, let's start with Mr. Labazo. Can you kind of identify what basic barriers that you are have identified that you're working on with him?
So the first one that we obviously have addressed from the get-go is just some parenting skills, and we're addressing that through foster care supportive visitation. He has completed about half of that program so far, and the reports have been satisfactory. They show that he is engaged during the class session with the coach, that he does very well with WL during visits. So we are addressing that throughout that, and he also is doing regularly scheduled parenting time visits and following up by making sure he goes to all of those. Another barrier is emotional stability and communication kind of go hand in hand, and we are addressing that through mental health and substance abuse services. Mr. Labazo is set up to speak with Arbor Circle next week to begin services with them. It was just a little bit of a process finding a place that he could go right now without having Medicaid. And we also are in the process of getting Medicaid for him to kind of help on that side of things as well. That also kind of comes in with the substance abuse barrier. We hope to address that throughout the therapeutic services and substance abuse services through Arbor Circle. And then lastly, housing is a barrier as well. And I am working right now creating a list of some independent landlords and some different housing vouchers and programs to give to Mr. Labazu so he can work on looking through those and seeing what potential options may come out of that.
Okay, great. So let's talk about the emotional stability and substance use. So the plan is that he's going to kind of do that intake with Arbor Circle next week, and they'll set him up with the services that they deem appropriate.
Yes, that is my knowledge at this time. Yes.
Okay. All right. And we've made quite a bit of progress on that front because there was a time when Mr. Labazo wasn't really in communication. I mean, he was in communication with the agency, but wasn't really willing to engage in those services. And he's now willing to engage and has that set up, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. And to address the issue of substance abuse, he's also taking drug screens. Can you tell us what type of drug screening service is set up?
Yes, so I did set up randomized drug screening, and that has not been being completed at all, but he is completing drug screens at parenting time visits weekly, and he has completed 13 drug and alcohol screens this reporting period at those parenting time visits, and all of those drug and alcohol screens were positive for cocaine.
Okay. So, so obviously this is clearly an issue, and he is not doing the randomized screens, but I guess he at least is completing the ones at parenting time. Do we have concern for Mr. Labazo's ability to parent during parenting time, given the positive drug screens, or is that not a concern?
There has been no reports of concerns. When Mr. Labazu shows up for parenting times, he's very present. He shows up on time, if not early. And any of the reports that I get from our visitation coach or the foster care supportive visitation coach reflect that he is engaged and there's not any concerns that are being reported to me.
Okay. All right. So you set him up for the randomized screens. You said he's not completed any of those?
Correct.
Okay. Have you discussed with him that when he doesn't appear for those screens, they're considered drug positive?
We have discussed that prior, yes.
Okay. So how many screens has he missed at this point?
It would be, sorry, I didn't write the number down. It would be 2 weeks of screen this whole reporting period. So approximately 30, I think, give or take around that would be the approximate number for that.
Okay. So
20,
his
yeah, 20 to 30.
okay. So his color would be called twice a week, and that was in place the whole reporting period, and he missed all of them.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. So so that's still an issue, and hopefully something that Arbor Circle will help him address. Fair to say.
Yes, and that's what we hope to do with that as well. I know with him not having a set address or set location of being, that with transportation, it's hard with him sometimes to get to those screens, and that's why we were completing them as well at parenting time visits.
Okay. All right. All right. So you said that housing is still something that he's looking for, and you've provided him with resources?
I have not provided them yet. I'm still working on compiling a list of private landlords and some Section 8 housing vouchers and some different voucher programs in the area, and I will provide him with all of those.
Okay. Where is he living right now?
He still currently reports living out of his car, staying with friends when he can.
Okay. All right. Can you give us an update on employment for Mr. Labazo?
As far as I'm aware, he still reports working at the farm for cash under the table.
All right. And have you discussed different ways for him to provide verification of that employment, given that he doesn't get a traditional paycheck?
I have asked him prior if there was any way to get like a letter or anything from a boss or anyone like that. And there wasn't anything provided, but we have continued to have different conversations about him being at work at the farm or things like that, but I haven't been provided any verification.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about another issue that was in your parent agency treatment plan, which is domestic relations. And you list this as a strength domain. Domestic violence was an issue that was kind of on the plate because of reported domestic violence between himself and Ms. Polinsky. And Ms. Polinsky did obtain a PPO. Where are we with that, the issue of domestic violence?
So Mr. Labazu has denied that he was involved in any domestic violence. This reporting period, he had not made any contact or tried to make any contact with Ms. Polinsky. When Ms. Polinsky did get out of her rehab, she initiated contact with Mr. Labazu, and she did admit to making contact with him. There is extensive safety plans in place through Ms. Polinsky's services, addressing like what to do now that she's out in the community. But there is concerns because she is the one that has initiated contact with him, and there has been discussion of possible him wanting to possibly get a PPO or no contact orders or something, because he doesn't want to be pulled into things if she's going to be initiating contact.
Okay. So is the reason that domestic relations is listed as a strength domain basically because he has done a good job not initiating contact, avoiding contact? He is not engaged in any negative behaviors personally?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the relationship between Mr. Labazo and Ms. Polinsky is still an area of concern?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So let's talk about how the parenting time with WL goes for Mr. Labazo. How would you describe that parenting time?
So overall, it still goes absolutely amazing. WL really, really loves Mr. Labazu. You can just see that they do have a great connection. He also lights up when he gets to be around her and be present with her. The activities that they love to do together are very good and age appropriate for her. They will color, they'll paint, they'll watch a movie, they'll dance, they'll play around. And it's just very wholesome, and they're very engaged and just love being present together.
Okay, wonderful. And he's working with the supported visitation coach and engaging in that service?
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right.
He meets with them at following his parenting time visit once, or on his Wednesday visits. He meets with the visit coach after.
Okay. All right. So that his parenting time at this point is supervised by the agency, and you've also had some of that parenting time supervised by the caregiver. Is that correct?
Yes, there's some occasional weekend visits, like a couple makeup visits that they supervise, and then some holiday visits, and just occasional if there's something they want to do on a Saturday or Sunday, we have allowed that. And so far, reports of those visits have been good.
Okay. All right. How would you rate Mr. Labazo's progress overall?
Are you asking for like the partial, substantial?
Yes, please.
Can you give me the 4 options just so I can make sure that I...
Well, there are, I mean, I guess I want your opinion. I don't want to tell you what specific words you need to use or not use. What would be your estimate of how much he's progressed?
I would say that overall he is making partial progress with the substance abuse and emotional stability, and I think he is making substantial progress with his parenting skills and the communication. I know communication was very hard before, and even with me and Mr. Labazo, there has been some ups and downs, but he has come around, and he will apologize if there is some communication that may not be as appropriate as it should be. And he has worked with me to say, hey, this person reached out for services, and he's keeping me updated on things. So I do see really substantial progress in that side of things. And then obviously with the parenting skills as well. There wasn't a lot of concern with skills, but he has made even more progress with that and being engaged during foster care supportive visitation. And then being willing to address the substance abuse and emotional stability and working towards progress with that. I would say that he has made partial progress in that, because the first step is talking about it and being willing to get that help.
Okay. So going forward, he needs to really invest in, make sure he attends the Arbor Circle intake appointment and really invest in those services. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else you think the court should know about Mr. Labazo's progress?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. So let's talk about Ms. Polinsky. She was in the Our Hope program for a lot of this reporting period. Can you tell us kind of how that went and where we are with that?
Yeah, so Ms. Polinsky was at Our Hope in Grand Rapids, which is a rehab program that they pretty much are just in that facility during that 90-day program. During that time, Ms. Polinsky continued to attend her services with YWCA and Arbor Circle. She would meet weekly with her recovery coach, her therapist, and her YWCA service provider. She also had group sessions and therapy and different structured programming at Our Hope as well. They had a caseworker that they were assigned that they would work directly with. I'm kind of figuring out what the goals would be long term and the next steps on getting out, or once she were to get out of rehab. She continued to do drug screens at Our Hope as well, and they were able to provide me with some of those screens. She graduated from Our Hope 90-day program on 3/1/26, and she then she was set up to go to Recovery Road that day, which is a sober living facility. At that sober living facility, she did miss her curfew that first night, and she was kicked out of Recovery Road. During that time, I had tried to make contact with her, and her mother had tried to make contact with her as well, and we didn't hear from her until the following day. She then admitted to making contact with Brendan during that time via phone, and she also admitted to using cocaine, alcohol, and whippets after she was kicked out of Recovery Road. And then yesterday, she did report that she is now back at Recovery Road and she's working to continue being sober again, and she wants to continue working towards her goal.
Okay. All right. So a lot of ups and downs in the area of substance use for Ms. Polinsky during this reporting period.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I'm glad to hear that she's back at Recovery Road. So that's her. Can you tell us more about that program? How long can she be there? Will she be there?
So Recovery Road is a up to 4-month program. Like I said, it's a sober living facility, so it's a little bit less structured than, say, a rehab facility. At the sober living, they still have a structured environment within the home, but there's not as much of wake up, do these 10 things, and do this. She still can go out in the community and go work her job. She can go do everything in the community like a normal person would, but then at the end of the day, when she comes home, she would have to submit a breathalyzer test, and that has to be completely clean or negative to come back in the home for the evening. And then they also do randomized drug screening throughout the stay there as well. So you do have to maintain complete sobriety while you are in that living. And it is a very minimal rent payment compared to what a normal rent payment in this community would be nowadays. So it would help a lot with financials and different things like that, or catching up on any financials over the past few months from when she's been in rehab. And it just continues to kind of give her that structure. And ultimately, if she were able to do a few months at Recovery Road, she then has the option. There's a place called A Mother's Touch that is also a sober living facility that allows mothers and children to live there. And so if it ever came to that time, there is an option for her to be in a sober environment that allows children and moms to live there.
Okay. All right. So we're going to continue to explore those options. The plan right now is for her to stay at Recovery Road and maintain sobriety.
Correct. Yes.
The goal. Okay. And Ms. Polinsky also will continue to address the areas of emotional stability and substance use through the YWCA and Arbor Circle services, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. And obviously, domestic relations is still a need given the incident that occurred after she left Our Hope.
Correct.
Okay, so that will be addressed through continued services with her care providers.
Yes, and she said that she has already spoke with her domestic violence service provider at YWCA about that situation.
Okay. All right, and so is Ms. Polinsky able to maintain her employment?
Ms. Polinsky said that she's looking for new employment and she's going to keep me updated as she works on doing that.
Okay. All right. And are there services that you can provide for her to assist in that?
Yes, there is services that I could provide for her. She just told me that she has been working on finding something. So if she needs any extra support, I'm more than willing to give her some support with that. But it seems like right now that she kind of has things on track to get a job figured out, and then she will let me know.
Okay. All right. And is it fair to say that Ms. Polinsky's been good at communicating with the agency during this reporting period?
Yes, she has been.
Okay.
It's mostly, a lot of communication was through like her caseworker at Our Hope, just because she didn't have access to her phone only on one night of the week for a little bit. But she would make sure that she could call me from her caseworker's phone or things like that, or make sure that I always had the information I needed.
Okay. All right. And regarding parenting skills and child characteristics, Ms. Polinsky is also engaged in supportive visitation. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And she was having supervised parenting time at the Our Hope facility. What's that going to look like now that she's at Recovery Road?
So last week we had one visit at the agency Casa House, and then we had one visit at the agency, just because we didn't have a set location on where Miss Polinsky was last week. And obviously with not being at Recovery Road, we just wanted to have it in a set location, so caregivers knew. But hopefully with communicating with Miss Polinsky this week, we can work on just doing them at Recovery Road as long as they have a child-friendly, age-appropriate environment we can do it in. If not, we may continue to look at doing it at the Casa House or the agency as well.
Okay. And how would you say that the parenting time goes for Ms. Polinsky?
I would say that parenting time goes very well for Ms. Polinsky as well. WL really loves her mom. She loves to play. She's a very outgoing kid when it comes to doing kid things. She loves to paint. She loves to draw. She loves to listen to Baby Shark and sing for you. And Miss Polinsky will really just kind of sit there and be present with her and do whatever WL will want to do.
Okay. All right. How would you rate Ms. Polinsky's progress during this reporting period?
I would say that with her parenting skills and child characteristics, she has made substantial progress. She does stay updated on how WL is doing with things. She has been doing great with foster care supportive visitation. I will say that she has made progress with her substance abuse treatment overall during the reporting period, but now in this past week we have kind of gone backwards a little bit, obviously with using substances, but with her being open and honest about things, that is always a good thing to have and can help her moving forward from here now. Obviously it doesn't take away using substances this past week, but it's good to know that she is addressing it and she still has hopes of wanting to move forward.
Okay. All right. Anything else you think the judge should know, the court should know?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. What are your recommendations?
It is respectfully recommended that WL remain a temporary court ward placed with an approved relative, caregiver, or in a licensed foster home if required. Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo participate in and benefit from the services offered within their parent agency treatment plan. Parenting time between WL and Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo be supervised or unsupervised at the discretion of the agency. Mr. Lobezo and Ms. Polinsky have no contact, and this case be reviewed in 90 days.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you indicated that Ms. Polinsky is now back at Recovery Road. How long has she been back there? What date did she go back?
I'm not sure on a specific date. She just had let me know yesterday that she was now back at Recovery Road.
Okay. And she can stay there for up to 4 months and then maybe go to a Mother's Touch?
Yes, that is correct.
Is there a wait list to get into a Mother's Touch?
I am not aware of that yet, just because our first step was looking at what Recovery Road looked like, and then down the road, I have the information for a Mother's Touch, but I have not looked at the wait or anything yet.
She can stay at Recovery Road for up to 4 months, but she doesn't have to stay there for the full 4 months, does she?
That is correct. She could stay one night, she could stay 4 months if she wanted. It's just up to a 4-month program.
Okay. And did she tell you what sort of employment she's looking for?
She did not at this time. I know previously she was working in the service industry at a restaurant, and I know she had talked about hoping to possibly get back into that same job. But now it sounds like she may be looking for another job, but she did not let me know if it was in the same type of industry or not.
Okay. And I know when we were here last time, it was unknown whether she could do supportive visitation while at Our Hope, but she did, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And obviously while at Our Hope, all of her screens were negative.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Who is she? Is she working just with Arbor Circle on substance use? Or are there group sessions at Recovery Road like there were at Our Hope? What does that look like?
So I am not sure on what if Recovery Road offers group sessions. I do know that she does individual sessions at Arbor Circle, and she also does like peer support sessions. So she does two different types of sessions with Arbor Circle, addressing mental health stuff and addressing her substance abuse treatment.
Okay, so as long as she stays engaged with Arbor Circle, she's getting those services.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Are there any other services that she's not getting at this time that you feel she could benefit from?
Not that I can think of right now, no.
Okay. And now that she is out of Our Hope and at Recovery Road, would it be possible for her to attend medical and dental appointments?
Yes. So what I had talked about with my supervisor prior is because there is the PPO in place to allow Mr. Labazou and Ms. Polinsky to be able to attend appointments. We would just have to communicate that with the caregivers, and then Ms. Polinsky could go to one appointment and Mr. Labazou could get the follow-up on that one. And then the next appointment, Mr. Labazou could go and then Ms. Polinsky could get the follow-up on that appointment, just to keep it fair, to make sure that if they both want to be present for appointments, they both can go to those appointments and still get follow-up after.
Okay. And does Ms. Polinsky have her own transportation, or is she using public transportation?
She has her own vehicle at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Cardenas.
Thank you. In regards to the forensic fluid laboratories testing, have we discussed with Mr. Labazou? Because what I had mentioned to you before is he does live in Lowell, or kind of the outskirts of Lowell even. Is that correct?
He reports staying around that area sometimes, yes, because that's where the farm that he works at is, around that area.
Mm-hmm. And is, considering he does work in forensic fluid laboratories, has wonky hours, have you been able to try to assist him with that issue?
That's why we have just been completing them at parenting time visits instead, but our agency has started to tell us that they want to veer away from doing drug and alcohol screens at parenting time visits, so it doesn't not entice the parents to want to come to visits just because of that reason. So it's something that it's been on our radar to kind of come up with different plans with our cases, of ones that we always screen at visits, of how to get away from doing that and help support them if transportation or distance is an issue with work and hours of the facility.
Okay. So do you plan to continue to screen him at parenting times?
So two different options that I have is either one, I can give him gas cards to go to the testing facility, or we can continue to screen him at parenting time visits, as long as that's not an issue for him to be present at those visits.
Okay. And then overall, have you discussed with him that, if he does the services and it's to make sure that he can then hopefully move towards unsupervised visits of WL, hopefully even move to like possible placement if he gets housing and can show, that he has sobriety and such?
Yes, he has that understanding of working towards those goals, and he has been a lot more understanding and communicative lately with different services, and being open to doing those services to help work towards getting WL or more time with WL or back in placement. He has really appreciated getting that extra little time on the weekend if he can, or just kind of having it more in that home setting with her grandparents supervising the visits. He is open to getting that help. He has said to me and that he really wants to get help with his mental health and his substance abuse. He just kind of doesn't really know where to start. And so we had referred him to a couple of different services, and they just didn't work out because of insurance. And so that's why I finally referred him for the Arbor Circle, and we're getting that going. And he said he's very willing to do those services.
Okay. So he meets with Arbor Circle next week. They kind of come up with a personalized plan for him. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, I actually have no more questions.
Thank you. Ms. McClure, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
All right. Any additional witnesses, Ms. McClure?
No, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, any witnesses or evidence?
No, thank you.
Ms. Cardenas, same question?
No.
All right. Statements, Ms. McClure.
Yes, thank you. I was able to meet with WL in the caregiver's home. As always, she is just a delight. I did hear the Baby Shark song while I was there. She is a super fun kid to visit. She's doing excellently well. The caregivers are doing a great job caring for her, and I know they will continue to do that. A lot of ups and downs in this reporting period. I am disappointed in the consistent drug screens from Mr. Labazo and the sort of kind of step backward for Ms. Polinsky, but the road to sobriety is not a straight line, as we all know, and so I'm hopeful that both of them can engage with services and demonstrate that they can be sober parents. It's very encouraging that their relationship with WL is so wonderful and that they are both so consistent in their parenting time. So that's a huge bright spot in this case, and I have hope for both of these parents, and I support all the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. I support the recommendations as well. To Ms. Polinsky's credit, yes, we know that the road to recovery is not a straight line. We've seen that time and time again. But the fact that she was honest about it and got herself back on track, I think, is a very positive reflection of her character and her desire for sobriety. She could have chosen to go AWOL and, go completely 180 from being at Our Hope and being sober. So I think it's to her credit that she took responsibility and got herself back on track. And I hope that she stays on track, obviously. Her relationship with her daughter is strong. I don't want anything to get in the way of that. I know she doesn't want anything to get in the way of that. So hopefully that remains her most important motivating factor. And this coming reporting period, we see much of what we saw during the last reporting period with no slip-ups. So I'm encouraged by her honesty and her forthcoming and her initiative to get back on track.
Thank you. Ms. Cardenas.
Your Honor, I do support the recommendations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The court finds that the lawyer guardian ad litem has complied with the requirements of the statute, that returning the child to parent or a parent today would cause a substantial risk of harm to the child's life, physical health, or mental well-being based on the evidence that the court heard today. That reasonable efforts have been made to preserve and reunify the family, make it possible for this child to return to a parent's home. Those reasonable efforts for unification should be continued. That in accordance with the statute, progress towards alleviating or mitigating the conditions that caused the child to be placed or remain in temporary foster care has not been made by either parent. That just means that I can't return the child to you today. I think both of you have made progress in your own ways, substantial progress actually in many areas. As both Ms. McClure and Ms. Lewis have indicated, the court does know that recovery is not a straight line, that relapse is part of recovery. But Ms. Polinsky, very proud of you for graduating from Our Hope. Very proud of you for your honesty regarding your relapse. And again, have faith that you will be able to stick to it and keep on keeping on. Keep trying one step forward, really for the benefit of your child. And Mr. Labazu, I know you're at the very beginning of that journey, but really proud of you for being willing to engage in services and to get the treatment with Arbor Circle started, because it is one step and that's the first step. And it's a very important step. The child's placement is necessary and appropriate, is meeting the child's needs, that the needs of the child can be met in a foster family home. The court orders that this child continue in the protective and temporary custody of the court, continue placement with the Department for Care and Supervision. That the adjudicated respondents, Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Labazu, comply with and benefit from the case service plan. In addition, sign any necessary releases that are needed. The parenting time of both parents is at the discretion of the agency to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time. Continue the attorneys in this matter, continue the no contact order between Mr. Labazu and Ms. Polinsky, or Ms. Polinsky with Mr. Labazu. There is a personal protection order in this matter, so now there are 2 orders that there to be no contact. So I see Ms. Polinsky nodding her head, so I hope that you understand that now. All right. And Ms. Gibson, do you have a date and a time for our next hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. Would this be a permanency planning hearing?
Yes, because it looks
Okay,
like removal date. It would be kind of early, but yeah.
So we could do June 3rd from 9 to 10.
I have an adjudication scheduled for that.
Okay, we'll
Okay.
find another date.
We have June 4th from 10 to 11.
That works for me.
That works for
I'm in
me.
court all morning.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay.
How about the afternoon?
I can do the afternoon.
We could do 2 to 3, June 4th.
I see Ms. McClure nodding her head, Ms. Lewis nodding her head. Okay. June 4th at 2 o'clock. Jocelyn Polinsky, her attorney, Ann Lewis. Let's see. Mr. Labazu. We have father's attorney, Stephanie Cardenas, child's attorney, Audra McClure, various agency workers, the CASA, and Ms. McClure.
All right, thank you. I would like to call Ms. Abigail Johnson, please. And in preparation for today's hearing, you sent a number of documents to the attorneys in the court. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. At this point, I'll just go through those, Your Honor, if that's okay.
That's fine.
All right. I have as proposed Exhibit 1, a case service plan with associated parent agency treatment plans dated May 20th, 2026. Proposed Exhibit 2 is a CASA report dated 5/28/2026. Proposed Exhibit 3 is a set of 18 foster care supportive visitation reports for both parents. Proposed Exhibit 4 is a YWCA report dated 5/6/26 for Ms. Polinsky. Proposed Exhibit 5 is a Network 180 report dated 5/20/26 for Ms. Polinsky. Proposed Exhibit 6 is a set of 12 drug screens for Ms. Polinsky. And proposed Exhibit 7 is a drug screen for Mr. Labazu.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
All right, thank you. So let's start with WL. She remains in the same placement with her paternal grandparents, and that placement is overall going very well. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct. WL is up to date on her appointments. Her next well child visit is on June 30th, and her next dental visit is on July 22nd. There are no concerns in the home. She is very happy. She loves playing around. I just did a home visit with them yesterday. She is really starting to understand more things and have different emotions about those things that she's seeing and understanding. She's speaking in fuller sentences and can really articulate her wants and needs, and she's just growing up so much. And she recently moved up into a new classroom at daycare and is adjusting still, but is doing just fine.
Okay, wonderful. In addition to being healthy, she's meeting all of her developmental milestones. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So how does she react to parenting time with her parents? How does the parenting time go from a perspective of looking at her behavior and her statements before and after?
So there has been some recent change in behaviors with parenting times in the last couple months that have been noted by the caregivers that they have discussed with me, particularly around not wanting to go for parenting times, not necessarily not wanting to see the parents, but just it being out of her average day-to-day schedule. She keeps up a very normal schedule and she just understands her schedule, and it's starting to interrupt that. And she has just started making some claims of not wanting to have to go. And when getting to parenting time, she has clung on to the caregivers a couple different times and not wanted to leave them.
Okay. And is this kind of a newer behavior for her, or is this something that's kind of been the case throughout this case?
No, it's definitely a more recent behavior. I would say definitely over the last month, but probably about the last month to 2 months.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you think the court should know about WL specifically?
Not at this time.
All right. So let's talk about Ms. Polinsky. Let's just start with overall, how would you rate her progress in her goals this reporting period?
Overall, it has been a very hard reporting period. The last couple of weeks, she has started to show more consistency with things again. But as a whole picture, this reporting period, she has lacked consistency and structure with reducing those barriers that she has.
Okay. So would you say that substance abuse has been sort of the primary barrier throughout this case?
Yes, substance abuse and the relationship with Mr. Lobezo. This reporting period, she was inconsistent with her services more at the beginning of the reporting period. She has continued to attend Arbor Circle services with her therapist and her substance abuse support and groups, but there was some time throughout the end of March where she was canceling some appointments or rescheduling. She also was not consistently attending randomized screens due to a number of reasons, not having a car, not having a phone to utilize to call. She was completing screens at visits, but we did want to have her start doing those random screens. And within the last couple of weeks, she has started doing some of those random screens. And if she hasn't been able to make it, she has stopped by the agency for a couple of screens as well. But despite having clean screens throughout most of the reporting period, up until about 3 weeks ago, she did admit consistent substance abuse, mainly with whippets.
Okay. And whippets are something that doesn't come through in a drug screen, so not something that we're able to really monitor, correct?
That is correct. I have done some research to see what possible drug screens or testing that could be done to see that, and there's really no options.
Okay. So definitely some positives in that Ms. Polinsky has been open and honest about that, and that she does continue with Arbor Circle, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of progress in actually addressing substance abuse. Is that fair to say?
I do know that it's continued to be addressed, but I would say that the progress in reducing the want to use substances has not continued in a way that would reduce that barrier fully.
Okay. All right. And can you give us an update on the domestic relations piece and the relationship between Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo?
Yes. So first, I will give some updates on Ms. Polinsky's services with YWCA, and then I will discuss some interactions that I have been made aware of throughout this reporting period with both of them. So throughout this reporting period, I received some updates from her therapist at YWCA. In March, I had been told that she had only attended one session so far in the reporting period, and that was on March 11th, 2026. And then in the beginning of May, I got another update saying that she had not attended the past month, so they were not able to implement any goals that she was wanting to obtain. And then I did receive an update this weekend on Sunday on the 31st, and it was stating that Ms. Polinsky has attended 3 out of 3 of her last scheduled sessions over the last couple weeks, and they are working on finding other outlets for Ms. Polinsky when she feels like contacting Mr. Lobezo or wanting to use substances. And then within that, throughout this reporting period, there has still been continual contact. More of what we are being reported is that it is Ms. Polinsky contacting Mr. Lobezo, but there also has been some interactions where they have both been in person together. from what I've been made aware of, they still have each other's phone numbers and there's contact being made that way. The most recent contact that I've been made aware of is from this past weekend. Mr. Lobezo had reported to Deanne Lobezo, the caregiver of Renly WL, that Miss Polinsky had been contacting him, and he had showed Miss Deanne Lobezo a list of missed calls and video chats from Facebook. There was also an incident at the end of March or end of April involving the police, where it does, on the police report that I was able to get, it does list Mr. Lobezo as the suspect and Miss Polinsky as the complainant. It discusses that they met up and drove to Mulligan's together and were in a vehicle arguing, and then things began to escalate. And either Mr. Lobezo asked Miss Polinsky to exit the vehicle, or Miss Polinsky decided to exit the vehicle on her own doing, and then the police were contacted. No arrests were made then, but there was that incident. And then also a few weeks prior to that, on 4/15/2026, Mr. Lobezo was doing a parenting time with the foster care supportive visitation coach and our visit specialist from the agency. And Miss Polinsky began blowing up Mr. Lobezo's phone the whole visit, calling, texting, leaving voicemails. So Mr. Lobezo took his phone over to by the visit coach and specialist so they could be aware of that. And then Miss Polinsky began contacting me that morning as well. And she left me a very concerning voicemail discussing that she would not be able to make it to parenting time and she needed someone to leave a message for WL. And so then after that, I did have to call in a welfare check. But within that, there was some voicemails that Mr. Lobezo had got that he said sounded very familiar of her when she was actively using substances when he was around her before.
Okay. All right. So obviously some definite issues of concern, and they were clearly instructed, and there's a court order. I just double checked the written order that the parents are not to have contact with each other. So there's a clear violation of that order. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, glad to see that there's been an uptick in attendance at the YWCA services sort of in recent weeks, but really no constant participation in that service, correct?
That is correct. And I will say that me and Ms. Polinsky had a very straightforward conversation a couple weeks ago and about how things were going. And if she did not start working on things, then it was not going to be looking good. And that's when we started seeing the consistency with things again.
Okay. All right. So obviously those were the two primary barriers that we haven't seen really any progress on those. What other areas are you working on with Ms. Polinsky?
So the emotional stability also falls into what we discussed with therapy and the domestic violence with those services. And so we continue to address that as well. And then the other two biggest things are the employment and housing. And currently she is residing at temporary housing at a friend's place while she gets back on her feet. It is stable housing for her at this time, but it would not be appropriate for reunification. I have discussed with Ms. Polinsky looking into some different housing options, but when I have looked, we don't really have a lot of available options, so I don't have much to share at this time. And then she is working at a gym in Grand Rapids. She did recently lose her job at Uccello's, but she reported that she got a new job at a sushi restaurant in Grand Rapids. And I asked her to verify this with me when she is able to show a schedule or direct deposit or a pay stub.
Okay. All right. And how has communication with Ms. Polinsky been between herself and the agency?
It has been pretty well. She does not have a phone right now. She is using her laptop. So when she is away from Wi-Fi or her home, it is a little bit harder to communicate with her. But she has been very well with calling from her gym if she's working there and can't message me a different way. So she has been pretty consistent with communication.
Okay. Can you give us an update about how parenting time has gone for Ms. Polinsky and WL?
Yes, so I actually got to supervise a visit yesterday, and then I got to visit or supervise some other ones this reporting period. But yesterday, I will say that visit went very well. There was no concerns. Ms. Polinsky was looking a lot better. That was a big thing that I wanted to note. Previous visits over the last couple months, she has had a very sunken in face, some dark circles. She looked to be very unhealthy. And yesterday she was looking a lot healthier, was very happy when she showed up for visit. Super, super interactive the whole time. And when we were parting ways, WL was just really, giving her kisses and giving her hugs. And it was a very, very good visit yesterday.
Okay. And the parenting time itself has historically gone very well between WL and Ms. Polinsky. And when you were talking a little bit ago about how WL has kind of recently started to resist wanting to go to visits, do you see any correlation between WL's that behavior from WL and Ms. Polinsky looking more unhealthy and acting a little bit different?
So I haven't been reported anything directly that WL notices the way Ms. Polinsky has looked or anything at visits, but I do know that, again, in recent months, there's been more disconnect where at visits she may want to more do things with myself or the visit coach or the visit specialist rather than always wanting to go to Ms. Polinsky or Mr. Lobezo to paint or draw or color or play. She does sometimes gravitate towards the other adults in the room as well during visits.
Okay. And that's been, again, something that's happened more in the last reporting period. That's kind of been a change. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I want to be aware of my time here. Is there anything else you think the court should know about Ms. Polinsky?
There is just one thing I wanted to share. Ms. Polinsky was involved in a hit and run accident on 4/14/2026. She hit a car and fled the scene, claiming to be scared, and that's why she left. The person who was hit called 911 and gave her license plate and a description of her. And so she was later contacted by the police, where she stated that she did hit the vehicle but fled due to being scared. The officer asked Ms. Polinsky to meet, and in the report, it says that she refused to do so and hung up on the officer, according to that police report. I was able to find that Ms. Polinsky does have a prior hit and run and a DUI on her record, so this would be her third serious driving offense. She has had 2 court hearings thus far for this incident. Her most recent hearing was on 6/2/26, and that was the pretrial conference. And I have no other updates at this time, but the next hearing will be in July for that.
Okay. All right, thank you for that update. All right, so let's talk about Mr. Lobezo. Do you know why he's not present at today's hearing?
I am not aware why he is not present. I again shared the link with him this morning to make sure that he had it, just in case it was lost prior when it was shared with him.
Okay. All right. So can you give us a Just overall, how has Mr. Lebezo's progress been during this reporting period?
Mr. Lebezo's only progress is completing foster care supportive visitation. He actively is not involved in any other services. He is not completing any randomized drug screens or drug screens at parenting time visits. We did provide gas cards for him earlier on in this reporting period to help him get to the random screens, but he did not utilize them for that. And so we weren't able to give him more. He has refused to meet with me last month. He made the excuse that he was too far out for work and canceled his parenting time due to that, but then messaged the caregiver, who is his mother, that he did not want to meet with me, and that's why he canceled his parenting time. So for this month, I scheduled a parenting time for me to supervise yesterday, and I just didn't inform him that it was me so I could try and meet with him. And when he showed up, he immediately got frustrated, called his mother, and then took some time to get out of the car, acted very, very inappropriate during the parenting time. And then WL could see that, and she really didn't want to interact with him much. She was asking me to go inside and paint with her and to sit down with her, and told me that Mr. Lebezo couldn't come in with us during the visit. And then he ended up getting up and saying, well, WL, you want nothing to do with me, so I'm just going to leave. I would love a hug before I go, but if not, okay. And she did not want to give him a hug or anything. And then I just proceeded to say, have a good day. And he walked away, and he slammed his hand into our swing set there and made a very loud noise, which shocked WL. And so we went inside to make sure that everyone was safe. Okay. And that was only at 10 a.m., which the visit was supposed to be till 10:30.
Okay. So I want to come back to the parenting time, but before I forget, we do have two drug screens that were admitted as exhibits today. So those were from early March, early mid-March, March 11 and March 16th, and those were both positive for cocaine. And those are kind of our only frame of reference for what might be happening with his substance use. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair to say. And he is aware that if any screens he is missing or refusing, that they are presumed positive for all substances.
Okay. All right. So obviously there's a list of different things you wanted him to participate in, including YWCA services and therapy with Arbor Circle, housing services. He's not done any of those, but he has participated in supportive parenting. So tell us about how that service has been going with him, I guess, prior to the sort of disturbing parenting time that happened yesterday.
Yeah, so really the reports that I received from foster care supportive visitation on both sides were very well. Something that I was discussed with myself and the foster care supportive visitation coach is that she really focuses on that connection she sees during the parenting time. But something she did note is that at the end of parenting times, there would be a very quick disconnect. It wasn't an emotional leaving, or end of a visit was hard to say bye. It was the end of the visit and kind of go your separate ways. And that's something that has continued to occur. But other than that, during parenting times, he does interact with her well. He loves her. She loves him. They will sing songs. They'll play around outside. They'll color with chalk, things like that.
Okay. And the behavior you noted earlier about going to, her resisting, WL resisting going to parenting time, that's kind of the same for both parents, including Mr. Lebezo?
Yes, that is correct. After the situation yesterday, WL was very down and said that she was sad after what happened. And me and her just kind of hung out for a little bit before her next parenting time visit. And she really understood what was occurring and that it was not a happy moment. She was very down.
Okay. Do we know anything about Mr. Lobezo's housing situation at this point?
As far as I'm aware, he is still homeless, living in his truck or crashing at some friends' houses. It has been reported to me by the caregivers that he does have a girlfriend, so he may be residing with this girlfriend as he showed up yesterday to the parenting time in her vehicle. So I'm not sure what that relationship fully is there because he doesn't communicate with me, but there is no reports of him having his own housing.
Okay. And if he was in a relationship, you would want to possibly involve her with a parent agency treatment plan before any reunification would occur, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you think the court should know about Mr. Lobezo?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. All right. So what are your recommendations at this time?
It is respectfully recommended that WL remain a temporary court ward placed with an approved relative or in a licensed foster home if required. Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo participate in and benefit from the services offered within their parent agency treatment plan. Parenting time between WL and Ms. Polinsky and Mr. Lobezo be at the discretion of the agency. WL's permanency goal be changed from reunification to adoption. Mr. Lobezo has no contact with Ms. Polinsky, and a termination hearing be set to occur in 90 days.
Okay. And this is a permanency planning hearing, so I'm going to ask you those questions, which are a little bit duplicative of your recommendations. I apologize for that, but is there a substantial risk of harm to WL's life, physical health, or mental well-being if she would be returned home to either parent?
Yes, if she was returned home to Ms. Polinsky, it would mainly be because of substance abuse and the domestic relations and lack of appropriate housing for both of them. And then if she was returned home to Mr. Lobezo, it would be due to lack of appropriate housing, lack of emotional stability, lack of really engaging with any services.
Okay. And do you believe it's in the best interest of WL to terminate the parent's parental rights?
Yes, we believe, or I believe that because there has been very minimal progress at reducing barriers over the last 12 months.
Okay. And has WL's current placement with the paternal grandparents, have they followed the reasonably prudent parenting standard and allowed her to engage in age-appropriate and developmental activities?
Yes, they do. They have her go to daycare with other children her age. They had her involved in swimming lessons. They have her doing different events in the community. They attended an event where one of her friends from daycare got to come, and WL was telling me all about that. So she has been getting a lot of opportunities to do things for her age.
Okay. And she's clearly very bonded with her caregivers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there has been a discussion with them, I assume, about the potential for a guardianship or adoption and what those things kind of mean, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that their very strong preference would be adoption and that they are willing to adopt WL?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to kind of start at the end of your testimony and work my way back to the beginning. But you were speaking about supportive visitation. Ms. Polinsky has completed that program, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And during supportive visitation, they give them the parents a lesson each week, and then they supervise parenting time. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. Some of them were completed like 2 times a week if they were missed for some reason the week prior or some scheduling issues, but it was mainly 1 time a week, yes.
Yeah, I saw that there were sometimes that they had to do 2 at once instead of just 1 a week or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. And during those supportive visitation interactions, parenting time, call it whatever you want, Ms. Polinsky was appropriate with WL, correct?
Yes.
And engaging with her in age-appropriate activities?
Yes.
And was there ever any report by the supportive visitation coach that Ms. Polinsky appeared to be under the influence of any substance whatsoever?
No, there was not any reports of that.
Okay, so supportive visitation is come and gone and that was successful, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to parenting time, again, you sort of indicated under the umbrella of Mr. Labezo or whatever, that visits were going well and there were no concerns until this most recent with Mr. Labezu. But that's also true of Ms. Polinsky, correct? They went well and there were no concerns?
Correct. The only concern was the one from 4/15/2026 when she canceled about 10 minutes prior and left that concerning voicemail for me. And that was the same day that she was attempting to contact Mr. Labezo during his whole parenting time.
But all other parenting times have been successful. I believe I read in reports there was lots of painting and coloring and playing with toys and sidewalk chalk and such that you mentioned with Mr. Labezo. However, that also happens with Ms. Polinsky, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, you just didn't bother to mention it when you were discussing Ms. Polinsky's parenting time?
I'm sorry if I missed that portion. We were discussing both parents kind of at the same time, and I was not trying to not discuss how one visit goes versus the other for parents.
Okay, and regarding communication with the agency, you said with Ms. Polinsky that it's good, that she only has the laptop and she can only communicate when she has access to Wi-Fi. However, that's not abnormal for people that either don't have a phone or don't have a phone plan. Would you agree?
Correct.
A lot of people have a phone, but not a phone plan. So if they don't have Wi-Fi, they can't use their phone, is what I'm saying. Do you agree?
Yeah, that is how it would work.
Okay. So again, that's not uncommon for people in that situation.
I'm not sure how I should answer that because it's not a common thing that I am running into right now in my work.
Okay. But she does communicate when she's able to, as much as she's able to.
Yes, that's what I testified to.
Okay. With regard to housing, how have you assisted her with housing? Have you gotten her on the list for Section 8 or community rebuilders or any housing agencies within the area to look for more permanent housing?
Yes, so I have looked into the list in the area, but the list that I have looked at for Kent County and surrounding areas, the waiting lists are closed at this time.
Okay, so there's not even an option for her to get on a waiting list, as far as you know.
At this time, the ones that I have looked into, that is correct. And I have discussed that with Ms. Polinsky. And I also talked with Arbor Circle about what possible housing options they may be able to support her with as well.
Are they able to support her with any housing options?
They said they were going to look into seeing what they might be able to offer her through their case management. It's just a little bit different than what she was receiving at the time for services. So they would just have to talk with someone else about what that looks like for offering her housing services.
Okay. And were you aware, or did Ms. Polinsky inform you that she has, through Grand Rapids Housing Association, submitted applications for apartments?
No, I was not made aware of that.
Okay. Can you follow up with her about that? She's just waiting on a response from those locations.
Yes, I can follow up with her on that. Did you say it was Grand Rapids Housing Commission?
Well, that Grand Rapids Housing Commission would also be an option, but she used Grand Rapids Housing Association, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
But Grand Rapids Housing Commission should certainly be something that should be explored. Would you agree?
Correct. I do think that that's something I have looked into before, but I will check into it again and see what options may become available. I know that when I've looked in other cases, that waiting lists may become open and close very quickly at different times. So it's just something that I'm keeping up on because I have lots of different cases who have struggled with housing.
I understand because that's an issue for many people. You've gotten a recent report from the YMCA that she has engaged in every session offered to her in the month of May, accurate?
The last 3 sessions offered to her, she has attended.
Okay. And I believe last time we were here, there was someone here from the Y, and I don't know if that person is here today or not. I can't see everyone on my screen.
I know they were here last time. I'm not sure if they're here today. She did ask me to share it with her Arbor Circle supports, and that is who I know she is attending with today.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it was Miss Solomon last time that was here that indicated, at least at that time, that they were just sort of ships passing in the night trying to schedule an appointment, and that it wasn't Miss Polinsky not wanting to engage. It was simply not them being able to connect. Do you recall that testimony?
I do. In this reporting period, it has been reported to me differently that that she has not attended sessions, that there was some that were canceled, or that she just wasn't communicating to get sessions scheduled.
Okay. With regard to the drug screens, Miss Polinsky is screening through family outreach, correct?
Correct. In recent weeks, she has begun consistently attending Lowe's, and when she isn't available, because I know the hours are weird, if her color is called, she has made an effort the last couple of weeks to come stop at the agency and get screens completed on those days as well.
Okay, and I noticed on the drug screening results form that added to the spectrum of substances to be screened for, you added, or someone added, alcohol and ketamine, and those still are negative, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, I mean, I'm not going to say, is it fair to say, it's true to say that there has not been one single positive drug screen this report period for Miss Polinsky. Is that accurate?
That is correct, but she has directly admitted substance use to me.
Do you think that that is a positive or a negative? Would you have preferred for her to lie about it?
No, but our screens do not test for her substance of choice.
And part of substance abuse counseling that she's attending through Arbor Circle would be to be open and honest with her substance abuse counselor about whether or not she has had a relapse or not. Would you agree?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And she has been attending her Arbor Circle counseling. You said it wasn't consistent in March. Can you take us back to March and let us know what was going on with Miss Polinsky in March? Because there was quite a bit going on with Miss Polinsky in March.
Yes, when Miss Polinsky left rehab in March, in the beginning of March, she had a very rough go. And that whole month, she really wasn't consistent with a lot of things. She was reporting using substances. She was not interacting with family and talking to her support people. She really came out of rehab and went right back to what she was doing before she was in rehab.
And now she is essentially, is she in the FET program at Arbor Circle?
What is the long name for that program?
Oh boy. Something engagement therapy, I want to say.
Yes, I do know that she is in, she has just recently started an additional program at Arbor Circle. I believe that began last week or the week prior.
Okay. And are you familiar with the FET program?
I am not very familiar with that program. I have not used that program with any other clients.
Can you reach out to Arbor Circle and ask them to give you some information about the program and find out if that's actually the program that she has been enrolled in?
Yes, I will make sure. I know her therapist, Miss Sarah, has been very good with giving me updates, and I will make sure that I continue to get updates from her and get verification on what that additional program is.
Okay. And has Miss Polinsky made you aware that she has found on her own a program called Prime for Life?
No, I have not been made aware of that.
Can you talk to Miss Polinsky about that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And then has she talked to you, or maybe she only talked to Arbor Circle about attending NA or AA meetings of any sort outside of her regular substance abuse counseling?
She has not discussed that with me. There was discussion over the past month of possibly wanting to attend another rehab again, but that was just one statement she had made to me in a conversation, and I hadn't heard anything further about it. And she was going to possibly talk with Arbor Circle about that, but again, I hadn't heard anything further, and we had a very detailed meeting with her service providers from Arbor Circle, and there was nothing discussed about going back to rehab at this time.
Okay. You indicated that you had a police report regarding Miss Polinsky and Mr. Labazoo. Is there a reason that you haven't shared that with any of us? Because I haven't seen it.
Yes, I just received the police report this morning.
Okay. Will you be passing that along?
Yes, I plan to pass that along, as well as her police report from the accident that I also received this morning. And then I did just receive their final reports from foster care supportive visitation as well yesterday evening. And so I was going to share that with everyone when we got off today.
Are the final reports different than I believe it was session 18 was the last one that I saw that they
No, they're not any different. It basically is like that first initial report, and then it's just scoring what they were at the end. And I reviewed them, and there wasn't any details very different than what was shared in the other ones.
So it's more of like an overview, like a summary of the whole process or whatever?
Correct. Yeah, it's just a finishing a report that their specialists have to do at the end of the program.
Okay. And we spoke about obviously the housing issue. Have you been to her current housing?
I have been to the housing, but I have not gone in. I believe this month I have to do an in-home visit with her, so I would be viewing inside the home.
Okay. And obviously you would provide updates as to the interior. Why have you not been inside the home yet?
Because I have not had to. She has just reported that it's temporary housing, and I just have to meet with her face to face once a month. And so with that, I've met with her and had to pick her up from there, and I've met with her at visits and outside of that, but I haven't had to meet with her in the home.
Okay. So just because housing is temporary, you also indicated it was stable. It's just not long-term, correct?
She said that it would be stable for her, but not appropriate for her and her child.
Well, couldn't you make that determination if you went inside and said, okay, this bedroom's big enough for a toddler bed and Miss Polinsky? Or something of that nature?
I could if Miss Polinsky would like me to do that. But again, I have not had to go meet in the home yet because we have certain dates that we have to do certain things. And so when I need to go in the home and view it, I can, but she has told me that it would not be a home for her and her daughter.
Okay. Well, in an ideal world, maybe it wouldn't be long term, but that doesn't mean it's not necessarily appropriate right now. You have to follow up on that.
I will follow up on it.
Okay. And so she doesn't have a vehicle. You just started providing her bus passes rather recently. Is that true? When did she lose her vehicle?
I believe she has not had her vehicle since her accident on 4/14, but it may have been a little bit after that she wasn't able to use the vehicle.
Okay. When did you start providing her bus passes?
I always gave her the availability of having bus passes or gas cards, and I believe she started utilizing them in the last month or so.
Okay. And you said you just obtained the police report from what you called a hit and run accident. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And that is not in fact the charge, correct?
On the report, it discusses her hitting a vehicle and fleeing the scene.
Right. So the charge is actually leaving the scene of an accident, not hit and run. Hit and run implies that she hit somebody. She did not hit a person, correct?
She hit a vehicle.
Great. Have you talked to her about the circumstances of that? Her version of events of that incident?
Yes, I have spoke with her directly about this.
Okay. I have nothing further at this time for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Cardenas.
Thank you. In regards to Mr. Lopazu, you went to the parenting time yesterday, but you knew he did not want to have contact with you, correct?
Not directly, because he hadn't said it directly to me. He has only claimed or said it to other people, and that has been reported to me. And so there wasn't an understanding that there would be an issue if I went to visit yesterday. And there was no questions asked about why our visit specialist wasn't verifying the visit. And so there should have been no issues with me just being there supervising. But it blew up very quickly.
Okay. So that was unexpected, his response to you?
In what manner?
That he got really mad and...
Yeah. So when he first got there, he just walked past me, and I was just going to leave it as that and just let him have his visit. That's really what I wanted, because it made me sad last month that he canceled his visit with his daughter just because he didn't want to meet with me. And so he had started the visit. Okay, I'd asked if we wanted to go inside or stay outside, and he was short with me in answering and said it was up to her. Then they went on with visit, and you could tell he was very frustrated the whole visit.
Okay. Okay. And then have you had contact with him or made attempts to contact him within the last reporting period?
Yes, we have had some minimal interactions, and when I get responses, they're usually short or inappropriate. One being I had let him know that I was going to be on PTO and to contact my supervisor if he needed anything. And he really was just inappropriate and said, well, I'm glad you get a lot of PTO. You definitely deserve it, and was being inappropriate about different things leading up to that as well. And so he does not have appropriate communication.
Okay. He can choose to engage with you and you would provide him services.
That is correct.
However, besides, I think we've kind of belabored this, when he is just with his child, he does very well.
Yes. When it is him and WL time and he can block out other things, it is great. But if there is any other contributing factors, it slowly will start to crumble and then get bad quickly.
Okay. But I didn't see that reflected. It gets bad when he's interacting with other people, but not with WL.
Correct.
Okay. And when you discussed your recommendation, I also saw within the case service plan, both grandparents are willing to do guardianship. Is that correct?
Yes, so that is something that we had discussed, was looking at guardianship or adoption and kind of discussing with the caregivers what that looked like. And within that, they were open to the possibility of both. But in recent weeks of talking more with them, they more would favor the adoption.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Ms. McClure, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. Lewis, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
All right. Ms. Danis, any follow-up?
No follow-up and no witnesses or evidence for me.
Okay, thank you. Any additional witnesses? Ms. McClure?
No, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, any additional witnesses or evidence?
No, thank you.
All right, statements, Ms. McClure.
You, I was able to visit with WL in the home of her grandparents, as always. She's very bonded with them. It's clearly, they clearly love her very much and she loves them very much. She feels very, very safe with them. I think she was pretty tired when I was there. It was later than normal, but she's clearly doing very well with them. And, I do see that Ms. Polensky has made some, improvements during the last few weeks, but it seems like that's kind of a pattern that we can get into sometimes of putting in some hard work a few months before a court hearing, and then, then that falls away after the hearing. And overall, there has been no progress. It seems like we've actually gone backwards with both parents. They've always had a good relationship with WL. The parenting time has always gone very well, and now we're seeing that WL is starting to resist going to both parents' parenting time. And then we had this kind of disturbing incident with Mr. Lobezo not being able to kind of control his emotions yesterday, and so it definitely feels like we're going backwards, not forward. And I do support the recommendations to proceed with termination of parental rights and move toward an adoption of WL by her caregivers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do not support the recommendation to move to termination at this time. Back in the process, Ms. Polinsky did go to inpatient rehab for a while. And when you go to inpatient rehab, all of the referrals have to stop. And so any referrals to the Y or Network 180 or Arbor Circle or any of those things, she wouldn't have been able to do for a period of 90 days while she was in inpatient treatment. So the amount of time that she's had to engage with those services, it's been a while, and she did have a couple of hiccups, but she is engaged now. And this child is young. I don't know that anyone can say for sure that the child resistance to go to parenting time has anything to do with anything other than it's outside of her normal day-to-day routine. If it's, she's used to doing arts and crafts at that time and instead has to go to parenting time, that's going to upset a child. We don't exactly know why she's upset. We can't tie that directly to her not wanting to see her parents. She's not a very old child. She can't claim that. As far as communication with the agency, Ms. Polinsky does well as much as she can. She currently has 2 jobs. She is working with the Y. She is working with Arbor Circle. She is struggling with the battle to find housing in this area, which so many people do struggle with, especially with sort of limited income. I think that it would be appropriate to revisit the issue of moving towards termination, perhaps after another reporting period, but I don't think it's appropriate today. Supportive visitation, I haven't seen the summary that Ms. Johnson referenced, but from the reports that I've read, all the parenting times have gone very, very well. WL and Ms. Polinsky are very engaged. They do arts and crafts. She doesn't spend time on her phone when she's at her parenting time. She's dialed into her daughter, which is what we want during parenting time, since parenting time happens so infrequently. With regard to her relationship with Mr. Labazou, it simply needs to end. And there are court orders saying no contact, and I acknowledge that. And so that needs to just be over with. But that's out of my control. I think that another report period would do Ms. Polinsky some benefit, and I also think that because of her stint in inpatient and the delay in starting the referred services, it would be appropriate to revisit that issue in 90 days.
right, thank you, Ms. Cardenas.
Thank you. Your Honor, I generally object to the termination of parental rights. I know that my client, why he hasn't specifically advised me for today, he's consistently wanted to be a father to his child. He's very bonded with her, engaged with her. And given that the child is placed with a relative and the mother has re-engaged and seems to be doing fairly well, I would ask for more time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The court finds that the lawyer guardian ad litem has complied with the requirements of the statute, that returning this child to a parent today would cause a substantial risk of harm to the child's life, physical health, or mental well-being. This child should not be returned to a parent. That the agency should initiate proceedings to terminate parental rights to this child because neither parent has made significant progress towards eliminating the barriers. For Ms. Polensky, the biggest barriers that I see are substance abuse and domestic relations. And as Ms. McClure has indicated, she's actually gone backwards. I'm glad to hear that she's stepped up over the last couple of weeks to move in the right direction, but the court's going to need to see a more sustained progress on that. As already indicated, the father, or as indicated by everybody, really, the father has not engaged in any of the services that he's been offered other than supportive visitation, which doesn't, in the court's opinion, wasn't a huge barrier for him to begin with. That reasonable efforts have been made to preserve and reunify the family, make it possible for this child to safely return to a parent's home. Those reasonable efforts for reunification be continued. In accordance with the statute, progress towards alleviating or mitigating the conditions that cause this child to be placed or remain in temporary foster care has not been made by either parent. That the continued placement is necessary and appropriate as meeting the child's needs. The needs of the child can be met in a foster family home. The reasonable efforts have been made to finalize the court-approved permanency plan of return to a parent. That permanency planning goal is no longer appropriate and shall be concurrent reunification and adoption. That the foster home has followed the reasonable and prudent parenting standard and that the child has had regular opportunities to engage in age or developmentally appropriate activities. The court orders that this child continue in the protective temporary custody of the court, continue placement with the Department for Care and Supervision. That the department initiate proceedings to terminate parental rights to this child no later than 28 days from the date of this hearing. And Ms. Polensky, just so you know, that doesn't mean parental rights are going to be terminated. It just means we're scheduling the next hearing in 90 days for that purpose. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. It doesn't mean we'll even have anything other than a review hearing like we're having today. It's really up to you and what your progress looks like at that time. So there's still a lot of hope. And again, it's all up to you and what you decide to do. That the adjudicated respondents, Ms. Polensky and Mr. Labazu, comply with and benefit from his service plan, that both parents sign any necessary releases. Parenting time of both parents is at the discretion of the agency to allow unsupervised or supervised parenting time by its designee. Continue the order that the parents shall not have contact with each other. Continue the appointment of the attorneys. And Ms. Gibson, do we have a date for a termination, personal permanency planning hearing and dispositional review hearing within 90 days?
Yes, Your Honor. I have August 26th from 9 to 12. And is that Zoom or in person?
That would be in person. Let's see. Does anybody have any conflicts with that date or time?
The 26th.
Of August, yes.
I'm fine with that.
Fortunately, I have a conflict. Do you have a conflict, Ms. Johnson?
I do.
Okay, no problem. How is August 27th from 2 to 5?
I'm available then.
Sorry. I am available as well, 2 to 5.
Oh my.
Okay. Then we will see you on August 27th in person. If termination is taken off of the table at that time, we can conduct it by Zoom. So just let my office know, and then we can let everybody know. But for now, we'll set it for in person. All right. Anything further?
Nothing for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're